everyone. Sorry, we're still like waiting for Sky and Ollie. I think Ollie's gonna be late, but hello. We haven't started yet, so hold on. Sorry, I'm still waiting for things to like get started, but yeah, sorry. We're still here, but how's everyone doing? Welcome in, everyone. I'm Hal. Mal is playing Eris. And Jeff is here, and so is Ace, and Ollie, and Sky, and we're gonna be playing D&D, which is exciting. Thank you for all the bits and the follows. Hold on, let me say all these. Thank you, Bean Goblin, for the follow. Thank you, Danzilla, for the follow. Thank you, Mally Nim, for the follow. Thank you, Danzilla, for the bits. The 10 bits, awesome. And thank you, Janice Raziel, for the follow. Bean Plant Flag. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope Minecraft was fun. When we last left off on DnD, well, we're going to recap as soon as Sky, I think, comes in. I should put their... Gone fishing. He'll be here soon. This land is ours? No, that was not the deal. Oh, I guess it is a raid. Oh, I didn't really fight back against it because you all complimented me calling me a cutie. Ugh. Fine, okay, you guys can rule it, but only for a day, okay? Then I kind of need to take it back. Do we have a flag? Oh, no, I guess not. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I'm gonna need a flag, otherwise... Oh dear. But, yeah, I'm going to... Flag time. I love that emote. I need to look at it. Oh, awesome. If you win a game of liar's dice against me, I feel like I know what that is. Like you have to roll an 11 and lie. My name has only one correct pronunciation, and that, however, that's however the person saying it wants to say it. Heck. Oh. Is it 2 flags for my logo? Oh yeah. Then the land is yours again. I'll keep it. Calling us cuties. Yeah. Oh, also, I was using the PNG you made me. Oh yeah. How is that? Where our Mal's art has evolved a lot since then. It's all a lot brighter. 3 2s. You're a liar. I don't know. All right. I'm gonna unmute. I'm streaming now. Everyone can hear us.
Hello.
You can say the bad word.
No!
Mal wants to kill me.
We were all just making
Who
fun
wants
of
to kill
Jeff.
you?
We were making fun.
Mal wants to kill me, Hal.
Yeah, Mal does want to kill Vale.
Well, this is... Why?
I only said that because he'll just reincarnate again, so it'll be fine.
No, probably not in this world.
It's ready for Mal to be like, I only said that because I hate Vale.
What's the name?
I don't even know how to explain background.
I've been twice as funny just hearing it from Mal, probably because I wouldn't be expecting it from Mal.
I always
can't
say what
believe
you don't
this.
expect. Keep you on your toes.
I can't believe this.
just don't die.
I'll
Just
do my
roll
best.
good and deal max damage, and then don't die.
Defy God.
Yeah, exactly. Succeed all your death saving throws, and be cool, do shit.
I mean, actually, I think we should destroy Mal's magic weapon. That's who should die.
That's what you're saying.
What?
That's
You're
what
just
saying.
jealous.
You didn't get a magic weapon. You're jealous of me.
That's what you're saying in chat, Hal. We'll probably start when Sky gets here.
Yeah, because
Because
Ollie said he was gonna be late.
and he said he didn't know when he'll be here. So
Sky's probably asleep, SMH.
No,
Probably.
she said something in chat. Or
But
not.
she probably just woke up.
But that's probably also true.
I mean, did you see what she said in the general chat? She was like, "Fuck, hey, I'm coming."
I'm
I
on
didn't-
my way.
I'm guessing either she was taking a nap or she just lost track of time.
I think Sky was like shopping.
Oh, that too. The secret third option.
Secret third option.
Who's ready? I'm not killing Bo, but I'm gonna inflict enough emotional trauma that he probably wishes he was dead.
Oh my god. I don't
I mean, you did just kill his mother.
Poor Bo,
didn't
man.
you?
Yeah, I did.
I don't
I
know
didn't
why.
even think about that shit till you brought it up to me on the DMs. I didn't even think about that until you said it. I was like, oh my god, you're right.
Yeah,
You make a
no,
very-
Bo's kind of screwed.
It's like you make a very, very, very valid point.
I'm. But what were you originally planning?
I don't know. I was just being dramatic. I mean, like, with how I've got Lila's, like, stuff plotted down, I was like, this is within character. Like, a lot of times she'll just use people until she sees no use for them, and then boop, I did. Thought it was kind of like that. I just did it because I was like, yeah, this is what Lila would do.
You didn't even think about Bo's
Yeah,
reaction to it.
I didn't. Well, I mean, of course I thought, like, Bo would be like, oh my god, and be, like, real sad about it, but then I was like,
Yo,
was talking to me, I was like, hey, by the way, this is a
just
problem.
traumatized.
Because, like, I was like, Bo was already fighting about his identity, and then the one time he truly beats himself, somebody died for it.
Oops.
I didn't think about that, and I was like, oh my goodness. We have potential for some real emotional moments.
Blame Ace.
Yes.
Blame Ace for it all.
That's fine.
Blame anyone but me.
You know what? What do you think, Digby? What should we do? Point to who you think should die.
Digby.
Oh, he pointed at Vale.
The prophecy has been stated. I guess Mal will kill
No,
Jeff.
he didn't. He didn't point at anybody. He's just like rubbing his face on the screen.
Listen, if Vale dies, everyone dies.
What?
What makes you say that?
How?
You'll see.
I don't want to see.
Does it have something to do with your warlock patron?
No, I was just trying to scare you.
Oh. Okay.
He's secretly an ancient void dragon, and when you kill him, he's just a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
Jeff,
That's
are
so
you an
rude.
ancient void dragon? Be serious. Tell me the truth.
How fucking wild of a question it would be for Bo to just ask. I don't know.
Bo walks
Vale
through it. Are you an
doesn't
ancient void dragon?
Vale probably doesn't even know that dragons exist in this world.
They'll probably be like, what the fuck is that? An ancient void dragon? I don't even know what the hell that is.
I'm sorry, what?
You mean like that Draco Lich that we just almost got killed by?
No, worse.
No, he's your buddy for one instance.
No, we got a
So
crown
are you
now.
wearing the crown?
Sure.
You weren't.
What
Ow.
if somebody like smacks you over the head accidentally and then he just poofs because they broke it?
Okay, well, first things first. I don't think Bo would wear it because it looks really ugly.
Well,
But
then no.
you could-
I didn't know it looked ugly. I thought it was just like a black crown,
No.
like a black diamond crown.
No, it's like a think of it as like, you know, kind of like a. It's more of like a tiara shape. Like it's not a full crown, but it's like obsidian. Like it's like black and jagged and real spiky.
You
Ugh.
should-
I don't
you
want that
should
on my
sell
head.
it. You should
Yeah.
sell it to
Sell
the nearest
it?
merchant.
Well, you're.
Look who it is.
Oh, look who
Oh.
decided to come crawling up in here.
Hi, Sky.
Well. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
We were just discussing how Amira is going to die.
we
No, we were
were.
just
That's
asking how
fine.
Vale's going to die. Don't worry.
No, I was telling
I-
them about how much I hate Amira, and I'm gonna.
You know what? That's valid.
It's like, man, fucking Amira, a rogue-looking head ass.
I am sorry though for being. Well, I'm not technically late.
You're not technically late, so you're fine. You're not late like Ollie.
Yeah, Ollie,
Oliver.
To be fair, the reason I'm like slightly late though is
Take a nap.
no. Yes, but no.
What?
I'm streaming, by the way.
I woke up at around like 5.
Yeah.
But I've been texting boyfriend for like the last 2 hours.
Boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Ew.
Everybody, we have a mission. Find Sky's boyfriend and torment him.
So good luck. The only people who have met him are Green and Kaiba.
I'm gonna find him and then I'm gonna be like, why?
Because he hasn't seen the crazy yet.
I mean,
what if he turns out to be like me and just cracks Ligma jokes all the time?
Yeah, I'm already finding that out. Motherfucker hit me with a pun yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I'm done.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, the relationship lasted a day.
Oh my lord.
I love the thought of like Sky's like going on a date with him. He's like, hey, cause you know what Ligma is?
God fucking no!
It smells like a dog in here.
What's up, dog?
And you watch Sky.
You're awful.
You'll see Sky go from like the happiest being to utter despair in like a second.
Thank you. Actually, that looks fucking good. Thank
somebody needs to contact Sky's boyfriend and tell him to make all of the jokes that we can.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
None of you have access to him. I made sure of it.
I'm gonna text him and be like, listen, man, she loves puns. She loves
Actually,
those Ligma jokes.
Ace, as far as I know, might have access to him.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Spooky.
Is it that?
Give me a
Eric
second.
dude?
What? Fuck no, he's got a girlfriend.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, so does your boyfriend. Sorry.
Laughing like a fucking serial killer.
I'm
Oh my
dying.
god. Every time I'm like captioning the D&D videos, Jeff's laugh always takes me off guard. He laughs so hard, and no, it's so funny. It's so funny.
Especially when he laughs harder because he sounds like a madman.
Sorry, this is my attention.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
You know what I said when I said if Vale dies, we all die? Well, you'll find out.
My favorite still to this day is Oliver, more like Tolliver.
God.
Isn't that a clip? On
No, it's on Jeff's
I'm
channel, I'm
pretty
pretty
Oh,
sure.
it's. No,
Oh, God.
I thought it was on.
No, I think it
I
is
don't
on Jeff's.
remember.
Because it was, well, Ollie was playing Oliver.
Oh yeah, okay. Hang on. I'm gonna go find it.
Oh God, good
No,
luck.
it's like one of my favorite clips because you
It's
laughed
so-
so hard after at your own joke.
The funny thing is, I think at first it was a forced laughter, and then it became actual laughter. Let's see, can I find it?
You might not be able to find it because I hadn't streamed in so long. I don't know if clips
Well, if
still
it was
prove.
No, clips don't.
I don't know.
Clips
I
stay
didn't
forever.
delete them. Then
Yeah,
they're there
clips-
somewhere.
Let's see. Yeah, because a lot of the old ones from the old campaign are still here. Oh, here it is. I think I just found it.
I can hear it in the background.
I love that you
I wonder
can
what that
just
reference
hear it.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
It's just-
You can just totally hear it. It's just so in the
POV,
background.
guess whose laughter it is?
It's because my headset used to be more sound canceling, but like my old like earmuffs on them fucking they got all worn down, and then I was like, oh shit, and like one was falling off, and then I was like searching through my stuff. I found the box that they came in, and it had like 2 extra ones. I was like, hey, oh, so I took them off and put the new ones on. But the new ones are like the old ones were like, how would I say? They were foam, but they also had like a layer of like not leather or like velvet,
Oops.
but like kind of like that material over it, which helps like mute it. And this one's just like sponge. It's like foam. Oh, Jamie.
Oh, hi,
What is
Digby.
Digby!
Tell me everything, Jamie.
Digby, the true DM.
Digby
What is
gives
it,
you
Digby?
his wisdoms.
What is it? Come say hi. Well, you just come to stand up here. Alright, anyway. Looks like we're all here. Let me go grab some water, and then
Well,
I'll be ready.
Technically, no, Alex not here, but
Yeah, well, that motherfucker's gonna be late, so. Anyway, if you need to grab a drink, use the bathroom, or anything, now's the time to do it. I'll be right back.
Mal, can you get me water? I'm gonna throw it at you.
All right, guys, we need to find and kill as many things this session as we can so we can level up.
you know what's funny is I just had this conversation. Like I said, I've been texting him since like 5. And he's like, what are you planning to do today? I'm like, commit a couple of murders, raise up a changeling maybe.
That took me off guard.
I'm like, oh yeah, I got D&D tonight.
Just risen up a changeling. Oh, wait, that reminds me. Dude, okay, wait. Sky, do you listen to Melanie Martinez?
Yep.
Good. Okay. You know the song Evil? That fits at Eris. What? Okay, well, I'm gonna send it because it's a really
Good.
great song.
Alright, water has been obtained.
Well, Mel's not back yet. They're getting me water.
What?
Wait, they actually went to get you water?
Yes, of course. I threatened to
Wow.
throw it at them.
That's what I say.
What? If they never got you water, how could you throw it at them?
Well, I had a water bottle.
Oh. Sibling violence.
Siblings are always violent to each other.
Only sometimes. But yeah,
What are you talking
the
about?
song I just sent you.
We're talking about siblings being violent to each other.
Wait. Did you guys hear about the big new scientific discovery that happened?
Something
Oh,
about
no.
aliens.
No, not aliens this time. So,
Not this time.
a university of physics in South Korea may have discovered a room temperature superconductor,
What?
Nice.
which
I don't
would
know what
allow
that
for quantum computers that run at room temperature without the need of supercoolant. Effortless electrical transition between wires and shit. Electromagnetic levitation. Full dive virtual reality, full brain computer interfaces, AI that work faster than the human brain. That stuff.
Neat.
I mean, scary.
Scary, but awesome.
Anyway.
Wouldn't you want to be able to lay in your bed, put something on your face, and then suddenly become like this other character in another world for like an hour or two as you go and slay monsters and cast magical spells while flying through the air?
It sounds like Sword Art Online, and I don't think
Exactly.
very well.
Exactly. I wouldn't even mind getting
well.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind getting stuck for a while because then I'd at least as long as I didn't die. I know I'd have to go through physical therapy like a lot when I came back, but I'd lose some weight. It'd be fine.
It'd be even better if it was like you put it on and like 1 hour in there is like a minute in the real time.
I mean, they could do that.
I mean, yeah, if they manage that, that'd be sick. Be like,
Time
oh my God,
dilation. Yeah.
Been here for 10 years, bro. It's only been an hour.
Damn.
Usually, I think time dilation only works in reverse, doesn't it? Where it's like
Fucking no.
you'll seemed like you were like doing something for a minute, and then it's like actually 10 years passed.
No, it can work in the other way. It can work the other way too.
Can?
Yeah, it would just have to speed up your brain processes.
Huh.
Anyway, does anybody want to take a stab at
Hal
recapping
does.
that session?
What?
Hal?
Oh, okay.
Go, Hal.
I
go.
always get thrown into this.
Not true. I threw Mel last time.
It's true, but it's usually me.
Yeah, because then you talk shit afterwards.
Where did we start? I think we went to go do the quest. We went into the forest, and we started hearing these voices. We weren't sure where they were coming from. They were coming from the trees, and it was baby liches. I forget what they're called. Demi-liches? They were just little floating skulls. And they were like, okay, so we totally lied about the quest. It's not a shield. It's our master. But we had to lie about it because no one would usually help us if they knew that, master was a Draco Lich, because they'd probably die. But please help us. We're really desperate. And we were like, okay, we'll check out this area because I don't know if we were actually planning on saving him, but that is kind of what we ended up doing. We went to check out the area. We saw that the cultists that were holding them were the Council of Power, which was the wizard group that Eric was a part of, which was the evil mayor's assistant in Pierceford, who was racist and sucked. So the Council of Power was, for some odd reason, doing something with this Draco Lich, and we weren't really sure how they managed to get him until when we were battling them, because we could not talk our way into it at all. They tried to splash Eris with this weird concoction, this black goopy stuff that kind of floated, and it didn't affect Eris, but from what Ollie ended up reading in the books, it was very dangerous. It would probably kill someone or severely injure them, or they'll just disappear, like blink out of existence. That's probably what they used to get the Draco Lich. And it seems like this power is kind of similar to the elemental power, but like unstable. I don't know if it didn't affect us because of the elemental thing or for some other reason, but whatever the case, we eventually freed the Draco Lich. He wasn't sure why we helped him, but he was thankful enough that he didn't kill us. And he also gave Bo a crown that if he breaks it, the Draco Lich will come in and help us, which is very handy. And then Ollie found the books, which also described that if someone drank it, they would get extra limbs and they'd be stronger. And it also does something with gold where like the gold infuses with it and it cuts, it's like a giant hot knife. We explored a little bit more and Eris found a hammer. Well, no, Trabin found the hammer and extorted Eris. Gave Eris the hammer without telling her where it came from. Eris took it, tried to attune to it, and immediately had some sort of crazy reaction. We all thought that she was dying. And Eris was battling Hextor and had another god, I think it was Arrhenius, or Heronius, I don't know how to pronounce it, talking in her head. And I think Eris woke up and is okay and got this really cool hammer that she can throw. And oh, wait, no, there was a cutscene? I don't remember the cutscene. I feel like I'm forgetting something important.
How did you forget the cutscene?
I don't know.
Is your mom dying?
Oh, yeah, that did happen.
How did you forget that?
I didn't forget that happened. I forgot it happened last session for some odd reason. For some odd reason I thought it happened a
I'm
different.
literally at the end.
I
Hal.
don't know. I don't have any excuses. I'm a
Hal just
terrible
wanted
son.
to skip that.
Hal's like it's too painful.
No,
to
yeah,
remember.
what Vale said. Yeah, too painful.
That is correct. As usual, you do have DM's inspiration amongst the
Did
party.
we even use a DM's inspiration last time?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Did you?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't remember you using it.
You were
Can we
Can we
talking.
store up our inspirations?
No.
Damn.
It was somewhere in the middle of the fucking campaign. Because someone fucked up.
No, we were going to use it, and they were like, we should save it for the Draco Lich, and then we never used it.
I'm pretty sure Jeff's correct. I think that's what happened.
Actually, Jeff might be correct.
I
I'm gonna
think
be
he was
It's like-
right on that.
We
Okay,
couldn't
my bad, I'm
lie,
sorry, I
so
will
we
talk again.
considered using it, but then we were like, nah.
Yeah, you
Now we'll just
decided
kill
to save
him.
it. But yeah, you get a new one. They don't stack, unfortunately, but you do have one. Again, mutual kind of agreements for it. No, not to anyone in particular. So, without further ado, we'll get into it. As per usual, I do have a cutscene for you.
A wheel of cutscenes. I love this part.
My favorite part. I'm just gonna find.
It would be really funny if Sky's boyfriend was watching the stream.
Silence.
Uh-oh.
Can't confirm he's not. He's at camp.
Damn. I thought I was onto something.
That's way too intense. And ambience. A good ambience. I'll do my go-to. All right. The scene should be a familiar one. You are seeing what appears to be Ormera in her office. She seems to be in the middle of a beratement of questions to the captured Midnight, who's still being who's still apprehended, kind of cuffs behind her back, locked up. Midnight seems to be kind of aloof with all the questions, kind of dodges a majority of them, as Omera kind of hits her with new questions and even repeating a couple of the old ones. Midnight seems to almost tactically avoid them all. A clever mind on Midnight. No, Midnight was revived at one point. As they kind of go back and forth, the only thing that Midnight actually seems to claim is that she was helping people, yet she never seems to specify what or who she's helping. She doesn't take it any further than just saying that she was helping people. As Amara seems to kind of jot this information down, she seems to kind of sit there and mull over it for a moment. Kind of takes the pencil and kind of taps it to the paper annoyingly, trying to think of a way to kind of dig the truth out of Midnight. She sets the pencil down and actually looks over the papers, looking over the information that she had written down, which wasn't much, mind you. It just seemed to be things about what Midnight has been claiming, helping people, and just how she seemed. The rest of it just seems to be how Midnight reacted to certain questions and how she's dodging these questions. Amara, still thinking, finally looks back up to Midnight. She kind of, as she goes to open her mouth and speak, she's interrupted. In between the both of them, there is a strange kind of ripple. It looks like a tear in reality almost, as it bubbles up. Black, inky substance of water that seems to almost float through the air, kind of forms up as it opens up. Midnight's taken aback, as well as Romera. There's a black, inky tendril snaps out, kind of grabs Romera by the hem of her armor. As it kind of grabs hold, kind of forms this humanoid hand, starts to kind of pull her in. She kind of struggles. You hear it she smacks against the desk and kind of tries to use it to leverage herself and keep herself in. And as it seems to kind of win this battle of strength, pulling her in a fit of kind of desperation and just assuming that this is something at Midnight was doing, Omera gives up on resistance and in fact takes her hand and grabs a hold of Midnight, kind of just grabbing on anything she can find a hold of and holds on tight as both Omera and Midnight pull into this portal. as it seems to kind of bubble for a moment as their bodies are sucked in. There is a red diamond that forms before the portal disappears. As the both of them find themselves hitting the ground, dust kicking up, they seem to kind of right themselves up. You see Omera getting ready to accuse and ask Midnight what's going on. Finds herself stopping again. Looking around, she finds herself in a very strange field. The ground is made of ashy dirt. Half dirt and half ash. It's enough that it kicks up a little, like if you were to kick it up, it kind of sends a little bit of dust and smoke, but not enough for it to float into the air. It's heavy and falls back down. As she looks around, she can see these gigantic rocks in the distance, massive boulders that seem to kind of spot the distance every now and then. And the clouds hang eerily low to the ground. But the thing that throws her off and is the most unsettling about this place is the cascade of faces that seem to pour from the sky and go off to the side. Happy, sad, angry, all these different kind of masks. And beyond the holes of what would be their sockets of their eyes, their mouths, their starry galactic skies. This place barely being held together by the astral sea. It is broken and shattered. Midnight equally is confused, looking around. They both now are alarmed by... It's almost as if somebody is watching them. A shadow just outside the corner of their eyes, but when they try to bring themselves to see it, it's almost like it skitters out of their field of vision. Not even into cover. It's almost as if whatever creature it is staying just outside of their vision. All right. And with that, we'll bring ourselves back to the material plane with you guys who had just recently helped this Draco Lich. For whatever reason you decide, you helped him. Whether, despite the fact that he's...
It was a complete accident.
It was probably more influential to an accident than anything, but you guys found some pretty neat stuff, especially Eris, having a little bit of a scuffle, but overall coming out on top with this rather powerful hammer, I would say. You find yourselves walking back out of this cave. As you come back up to the top, you have a little trouble. It is actually starting to rain outside. A bit of rain and some clouds has started to kind of roll in. It causes like the entrance to be a little muddy as water starts to kind of like trickle in ever so slightly. Find yourselves back outside. Nothing out of the ordinary. Still the bodies that you have dealt with. The ones that were actually killed. Just laying on the ground there. Of course, the ones that Eris dealt with are long gone now. Probably on the way that she instructed them to go.
Oops.
Hopefully, presumably, at least.
Don't forget, Vale scared the heck out of them. Or, well, at least the guy that was awake.
Fuck, I forgot I was muted.
That being said, what would you guys like to do?
What I would like to do is stab Vale, but I'm not going to.
What did Vale do?
Oh, nothing. I just want to stab Jeff. A little pokey pokey.
That's a little bit rude.
Hey, man, how are you doing?
It's the poke of friendship.
So, wait, is Eris like okay?
Eris appears to be okay, and there's no like. I mean, despite what you saw, the first bit of it was alarming because it was almost like Eris's arm was being like burned off, nearly, and you swear there was a moment where it looked like her hand was like fusing to the hammer. But now that you look at her, she's perfectly fine. Her hand is. It's fine. There's no signs of marks, no signs of burns. And in fact, Eris, I mean, you feel great, Eris. Even to the point where you, I would say, even feel better than you did before.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Kind of like, it's almost like you've just gotten like the best night of sleep in your life. You're energetic and you're ready to go.
The weight off my chest.
Yeah.
Well,
And despite it being heavy at first, the hammer is, at least to you, Eris, it is as light as a feather.
I was a little bit curious if it's like Thor's hammer. Can anyone else pick it up? Can anyone else pick it up? I'm deadly
You
curious.
can give it a try. You can ask Eris.
Well, okay, wait. First of all, I want to do an Arcana check on Eris because she was glowing like all sorts.
Now that, I would say, what you saw, that wasn't really magic. That was the elemental stuff that you've been seeing, the auras.
Okay.
And it was powerful. It's probably the most powerful instance of it that you've seen so far.
Had to outshine me. You just
I
had
will
to outshine me.
it's not there anymore. And unlike yours, it didn't linger at all. It was kind of like a big burst and then just died down back to normal areas.
Interesting.
Okay.
Guys, check this out. I'm gonna throw the hammer.
Yeah, you took a hammer. It makes like a humming sound as it just flies through the air. You guys watch it just soar as it goes and goes. It goes an incredible distance. Do you want it to go maximum distance, Eris?
Yeah, I'm going max distance.
Yeah, you guys just watch it. Like it winks out of sight behind trees until eventually you hear it before you see it as it Eris catches it in her hand.
What the fuck?
Can I try?
Give it a swing.
I've never touched a hammer in my life. I've never touched a warhammer.
You want to hand it over to Bo, Eris?
Yeah, I'm handing it
Careful,
over.
you're gonna break a nail.
Here, Bo.
Okay.
Hands it over to you. You grab it, and it's kind of like it's like it's not like Thor hammer, but it is heavy. You kind of like holy crap. You take it, and then you kind of do like a spin. Bo throws it. It goes out like 2 feet. Hits the ground.
That was way further than I thought it was gonna go.
No, you put like your might into it, though. You kind of just get it like 2 or 3 feet. It hits into the ground.
That is cool. Look at how far it went.
I will say, even though Bo was the one that displaced the area, so you can like put your hand out and it just pulls back to you.
Wait. Eris, can I hold the hammer for a second?
Oh god.
Sure.
Okay.
Why?
Just wait. I have a plan. So Vale's gonna like walk like 40 feet away while holding the hammer. Okay, I'm holding on tight. Call the hammer.
Are you gonna come flying towards Eris?
All right, brace yourself.
I sense a strength check in the near future.
So this is where you learn some stipulations, Eris. There are 2 things that'll keep you from pulling the hammer to yourself. It cannot inflict harm, and you have to be able to see it, unless you threw it first. If you threw it, then it goes out of sight. It'll come back to you no matter what.
Okay.
But I'm talking like, if you were to call it with Vale holding onto it, it's gonna tear his arms off.
Oh.
But the hammer isn't going to do that.
Vale, you should let go.
Oh hey.
Unless you don't value your arms.
Oh. Vale, you should let go of the hammer.
I'm just
Vale, I
gonna put
think
the
it's
hammer on the
best.
ground.
Okay.
That was gonna be such a cool thing. I was like gonna fly at Mach speed, and it was gonna.
Tear your
See, here's
arms
my
off.
question: what if you hung onto the pole with your entire body?
You unfortunately cannot fly like Thor. You can
What
only,
if you like ride it like a broomstick?
That's what I was thinking, like riding like a broomstick.
you can't fly with it, unfortunately, yes, but it does. You do have range with it.
Interesting.
To remind you, this goes for your attacks. So basically, you have like a melee / ranged attack with this. So if somebody's 60 feet from you, you still can just make a warhammer attack on them.
I love that.
Okay.
Eric said, "Get over here."
Wait, okay. New question.
hmm
If Eris throws the hammer but doesn't call it back and then runs very far away, can she still call it from...
She has to see it. If she can
Okay.
see it, then yes, she can.
Okay. Interesting.
Basically, the way it's gonna work is, if you throw it and have intent on it coming back, it's gonna come back whether you see it or not. If you have intent of throwing it and then letting it stay there, wherever it lands, you have to be able to see it for it to call
Okay.
back.
Hmm.
I was hoping it'd be
Because
like
you can think of it as like, basically, it could be in an active or a dormant state. When it's in active state, that's obviously you throwing it and it coming back to you. Dormant state is when it just hits the ground. It's no longer in your possession.
I was hoping it would be a get out of jail free card. We were just like in jail again. It's like, hey guys, watch this. Just summon the hammer. It just comes through all the walls and we're out of there.
I will
Who
say,
needs Muckle Glum when you got a hammer?
due to the nature of the hammer, Eris, and its god that it originates from, it's going to do its best to prevent damage, but sometimes that's impossible. So basically,
Right.
it's going to avoid it until it's pushed into a corner where it's like, so for example, you throwing it out into the trees, it's going to do its best to weave through the trees without breaking them.
That's so sweet. So considerate of the
The
hammer.
only time that it's going to break is when it's coming back to you and there's a wall in the way. It's going to be like, well, shit, bust through the wall and come back to you.
Nice.
So, just to put in perspective.
That is a very cool hammer.
Unless, of course, you're like specifically aiming at the tree, then it always hack it.
Right.
Or, bust through it, or however you want to look at it.
I mean, it is specifically very good at busting through walls.
It is very good at breaking inanimate objects.
Hell yeah.
Don't forget you have double damage with it.
Right. So it does 2d8 instead of 1, or does it?
2d8.
Nice.
And then 2d10 if you are two-handing it.
Right.
I'm talking, this thing can like nearly break through adamantium.
Nice.
It might be able to put like a dent into it. But yeah, like steel, that's like nothing compared to this thing.
All right. So, where are we heading to next?
Well, that guy that I was really harsh to said that they had a main base just north of here,
That's true.
and that's where he said that they kept their valuables.
That's also probably where the leaders are, right?
I like valuables and killing people. Sometimes.
Okay, we're not killing people.
What? Okay.
I'm not killing people.
Vale's gone way
that's-
too confident.
You just want to commit war crimes now that you're in a new world, don't you?
I mean, it's not going to affect me in the other one, right? Right?
You don't know.
Have you ever heard of karmic debt?
I'm gonna guess actually that's a no. If you
You know what? They tried to kill us first.
Ooh.
They did.
Your Honor, I punted that child out of self-defense.
Let's not talk about the ice cream.
Look,
I
you
didn't.
have
Bo
real-
made me do it. Bo made me do it.
I did what?
I
Huh? What did I do?
do?
I'm not getting arrested again for you guys.
Listen, Vale, I doubt you're gonna get
For us.
reincarnated again with your karma.
For Vale.
I haven't caused any reason for us to get arrested.
That's true. Amira is actually the best.
I
Out
don't
of
know
all
if
of
I would
us.
say that. I think there's
I wouldn't
definitely
say that.
reasons for being arrested. I just don't think she's told us about them.
No, I've never been on the. I've never. Have I been arrested? No, I haven't been arrested.
Besides those
That's
2
fair.
times.
Except for those 2 times. Yeah, I'm the same. I wasn't arrested until I was
Okay,
arrested.
well, pardon me. Pardon me, I don't count
also-
them for not being my fault.
I have also never been arrested before.
Vale's gonna start
That's a bit
walking north.
surprising. Oh, okay, yeah.
Come on, guys.
Wait, we
Randomly
have
start
no
walking
other.
north.
Yeah, we have no idea besides north.
It's north. Let's go north.
Yeah, he didn't give you any
You
specific
just said
directions.
north.
He just said,
He said
it was
north.
Yeah.
How north?
I'm instead of walking north, I'm gonna fly slightly above the trees north.
Yeah, I'm
We
staying
have
with
no
the
idea what this layer is supposed to
Is
look
it?
like.
We
right?
don't even know if it's in juncture.
I think he did specify that. I think he
think-
said it was a Malbokia.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I'm
was
pretty
gonna
sure
say.
he said it,
I'm Al Hui Hua.
they're over here.
it is just it's the continent north of Juncture.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, Alton.
Now I will say,
Wait,
I will
where? What?
say
Back to the joke.
there is a town named Alton.
Oh, wait,
I will say,
wait
do
a
not-
second. Sorry, it's in where in Malboc? Where in
Don't-
Juncture are we?
We're
you are
near
north of France.
So we're like right
Yeah.
here. So they could be
Yeah.
anywhere along this straight line.
Okay.
That's if you're taking it very literally, and it is only north. Then yes.
I will say, whereas you don't really know exactly where it may be, you do know that pretty much the more north you go, the more like wizard territory you start to hit. Like
the magic people.
Malbokia's got a pretty good a bit of magic people, but Ignia and Andrea, this is like top knowledge, like, and these places consist pretty much only of Aerococras and Alkin.
Interesting.
That's pretty much.
I'm down to go in the way of the more magical beings.
We should.
You are.
We should.
This is a first for Sky.
We should definitely go toward Malbokia because we, for one, want to kill all the evil red wizard guys, and for two,
Magic items.
no, there was valuables involved.
Magic
But also they destroyed that entire village town thing that we wanted to protect, and then Bo sang some music things, and there was weird colors and evil goddess that is super strong, and yeah.
I mean, yeah, I say we take them down.
But we still don't know where.
North.
Well,
That's it.
we're gonna find it eventually. Maybe Bo, you should disguise as one of them. Take one of their clothes and disguise as one of them.
Ollie
And
ate all their
maybe
clothes.
you could infiltrate.
Yeah, Ollie
All
ate all
of
the
them?
clothes.
Ollie,
Yes.
no, Bo does have.
I
wait,
did
no,
take one of
No,
them.
Bo does have an outfit.
I did,
Because
I did.
Bo did shape.
Oh, yeah, the inside
last
one.
round.
Right, yeah,
The
so
inside
Bo
one,
does
yeah.
have his own outfit,
Yeah.
correct?
I'll keep an outfit just in
It
case.
is so. Keep in mind, it is one of the lower rank, basically, because you did see some outfits that looked like bigger ranks.
Those are heavily
No.
scorched now.
Well, yeah, you don't know exactly what kind of rankings there are, but you got a pretty good assumption that the one that you have is like the grunt level. So keep that in mind if you start trying an infiltration mission.
Right.
Which
But
one?
I also know Eric had a necklace, not a cloak.
Yeah, Eric had a necklace, yes.
We do know the symbol, and we could look out for that. So that's at least something more than just north.
To the north. Vale's gonna start flying north.
He's so
And the
excited.
symbol,
Vale,
we
stay
go.
close.
and the symbol, I'm pretty sure I described it was like this before, but if I didn't, then I apologize. But the symbol for the Council of Power is basically the three elements of magic, or the three destructive elements: fire, lightning, and ice. And it's just like three kind of like orbs of it, like swirling. That's the symbol for the Council of Power.
Okay.
Spooky.
Spooky, spooky.
I mean,
All right, so you guys are just heading north.
I think so.
North until we see something.
Are
Hi
you?
ho, hi ho. It's
Are you
to the
gonna
north we go.
Are you gonna take a little bit of a detour back to the road so that you're traveling safely, or are you just saying, fuck it, I'm going to the forest, straight north?
We
Yes.
should
I mean,
probably
is the
use
forest more
roads.
dangerous than the road?
What
do you
have no
think?
idea.
I
I'm
don't know.
gonna
I'm
guess.
not from here.
I mean,
You
You
guys
don't
don't
really-
just stroll through the forest in your hometowns?
I'll say you don't really have a party. Like, no one in your party is really equipped to deal with wildlife or the forest per se. So it could be dangerous.
I say we go
It
back
just
to the
depends on
road.
what you run into. Obviously, two of you can fly, so you can kind of ignore a majority of that. But as for Bo and Eris and Travis,
Amira will be walking.
Yeah, but if you really need to survive, are you gonna stay on the ground?
You'd be surprised what Amira will be willing to put up with.
Death?
I do think we should go back on the road because, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I do not think that we have stayed a single night in a tavern, like in an inn. I think we've always been camping, and I would like to like sleep in a bed for once. If we're on the road, maybe we'll get to a town.
The bard wants to go to a bed. You hear that?
Yes, the bard wants to go to a bed. Okay,
Spoiled.
He needs his beauty sleep.
exactly.
I
I'm
mean-
so glad you understand.
What do you mean beauty sleep? You can change into anything.
To
You
be
don't
fair,
understand.
a bed once in a while would be nice.
Yes, see
I have a bad feeling about this.
about sleeping.
Yep.
Would it ease your fears if I paid for the rooms?
No.
I wasn't asking you, Eris.
I'm paying for my own room.
you guys are awfully brave to be sleeping in taverns with beds.
Yes.
I want a nap. I want back support. I would like.
Yeah, but you don't remember what I like to do with beds?
What are they like
Explode them.
mimics and they just eat us?
No.
I don't remember the beds. Ever
I
doing
have a
anything
feeling I know
sinister.
what Ace is
Oh
talking
yeah, Amira knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't. I'm trying to remember.
Well, then you'll find out. You'll find out.
I feel-
I'm pretty sure there's a reason
I
we
like-
stay outside.
I like giving dreams. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
giving visions.
that is
yeah.
true.
Have to be in beds to dream.
No, but I typically do it when you're in a bed.
The
Well,
safety
just when
of
we're
your
at our
room.
I want to
comfy.
do it more.
Yeah, just when you get comfy. I can't let you guys get comfortable. That's my job.
Sleep in a
Okay.
bed. We could all have a sleepover. Sure, we sleep over every night, but it's different. It's camping and versus a sleepover, which is
Now
in a
there's four
bed.
walls to keep us trapped like a cage.
What?
Walls.
Oh.
I thought you said wolves for a second.
Walls.
Yeah.
I
I
Mine
thought you.
might cut out.
Yeah, I thought
heard
you.
wolves too.
Yeah, I thought you said 4 wolves to keep us captive, and I was like, huh?
Where?
What wolves?
What
I mean, to be fair, we're heading towards Alton.
That's true.
Oh, true. You know what? I'm now gonna make that just like a werewolf town.
Okay, so we're avoiding Alton.
I seen a TikTok
Nah,
about
we go there.
I seen a
Civil.
TikTok about were dragons. Now, Chili, how much do I have to pay you to allow me to be a were dragon?
Huh?
Listen, $20. It's $20.
That's it? 20?
That's pretty cheap
What
to be a
else do
were
you do for
dragon.
20 bucks, Ace? I wanna know.
I think you're overlooking the implications of that statement.
I guess that's true.
I'm confused.
Werewolves don't exactly have control once they turn into werewolves.
Oh.
You'll be a on the loose dragon.
Ace,
Yeah.
what if I slip you a 20 to take away Eris's hammer that you just gave her?
Me?
I would not do that.
Why did
Aw.
you do that? I trusted you.
Trust me, I've been counting down days, Eris.
I still trusted you.
All right. So, do you guys
Out of all, out of everybody, that seems fair.
you guys want to head east a little bit, hit that road, and just go back to Prime?
But what if we pass it if it was directly north by like a kilometer?
Oh my god.
We could go up to this
Are we like
road.
right here?
Give or take in that area.
We
Yeah.
could go like
Alright.
this.
Because I was about to say, I say we go like a little bit west.
You want to go to Dowling?
Not Dowling, like not that one, but like go against the major route right there.
Okay.
That?
We're gonna run into some old couple who owns like a farm in the
Or-
countryside who actually just secretly kills people and eats their flesh.
Depending on where we are,
Yeah.
it might be smart to go to Prime and then here.
We could also check up on some other quests while we're there.
Yeah,
true.
if there's a quest that's in Malbokia.
And we can buy more supplies. I'm with this now.
Or
I'm
if there's-
completely on
or-
board. Let's go.
Or if there's another quest involving the. If there's another quest
You just
involving the
hate
cult.
shopping, I see.
Hey, Vale, how much money do you have?
I got a
I
big
don't
chunk
know,
more
like
because of
69 cents.
Hey,
you
I
got a big chunk more because of
Trabin.
I have some way.
Yeah, but that was just Trabin and Eris.
Well, I'm
No,
pretty
Trabin
sure he
split it, 900
amongst
to
the party.
everyone.
Yeah, Trabin split it equally
It
to
was
the party.
4,500 divided by
me.
5.
So 900 to each person.
Except for Eris.
Except me. I
Except
only
for
got
Eris.
600, and then I gave 300.
You got a magical hammer, okay?
To
I didn't know that.
Amira.
Hammer's worth like probably 10.
Wait, then that means I have more money than what I have on here. Whoops.
Yeah, I gave you 310 extra gold.
What's 1,700 plus 900?
Oh my
I'm at
sorry.
2,600. 2,600.
26, 26.
1700.
Oh, you're rich.
Are rich.
Dang, dude.
Time to change.
Sugar mama of the group.
Time to go shopping.
Let's go.
I just
Right.
bought everybody trinkets.
So it sounds like you're going west, hitting the main path and going back to Prime.
Or we could just. Well, where are we?
How about that?
Well, what if we follow the path
You
to
could-
the
yeah,
first
you could
town in Molbolkia because
might
it's
just
a
be
magical
faster.
place?
You might as well just go south
Yeah.
to Prime because it'll be quicker.
Yeah.
South, west, north.
Who needs a road?
Yeah, exactly. Alright, in that case, you guys start heading south back to Prime.
Maybe we can
Same
find a
way.
teleportation circle. That'd be useful.
Going the same way that you came. It is still raining, and you find that it's raining when you get to Prime, unfortunately. But you do break into the streets of Prime. Everyone seems to be lively as ever. Somebody who's feeling lucky, roll me a D100.
I'm
Can I
feeling
do
lucky.
it?
Oh.
Yeah, go for
As long as it's
it.
not me.
Okay. You
Oh,
can do
wait,
it.
which
No,
one?
actually, let Mal do it because I don't want to be
Mal
blamed for
doesn't ever.
things.
Yeah,
I don't want to
you
be
know what?
blamed. I don't want to be blamed.
I mean, no matter what, you're gonna get blamed now that you've spoken.
Shit.
I think I know what the D100's
Oh, no.
about.
Who gets? Oh. Okay.
Well, it's all my fault.
Yeah,
I can't believe you've done
because
this,
you
Jeff.
didn't roll. Now it's your fault.
Okay, alright. Since you're the one that rolled it, and Miss Iris, you guys are walking in, and as you do, you didn't have any problem before, and you're still not stopped. You're still let into the city, but you in particular, Iris, do notice the guards are kind of eyeballing you a little bit.
Oh, wait, is this the place where we were arrested?
No, but they do kind of check if we are elementals.
You got a problem?
Oh.
Don't start stuff.
They don't go much further than that. They eyeball you a little bit. When you speak up, they go back to their post. Or go back to just kind of keeping guard.
Weird.
Alright.
Eris,
What?
behave yourself.
I am behaving myself just fine.
Eris already in a
Suck
bad mood
Iris.
after
Don't
getting a
be so
hammer.
angry.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry. There. I said it.
There we go. It's progress.
Alright, so you guys heading to Rockies? Or you want to try out a new tavern?
New tavern?
New tavern.
Yeah.
Last time we went to a new tavern,
Rockies.
it exploded.
But yeah, there's definitely much more taverns in Prime than just Rockies.
This is a big.
It is a very big city.
But
Do
Rocky's
the
my
other
favorite.
taverns, do they have quests though?
Probably not. They're probably more just like taverns. You might be able to like, I mean, you could get one in the sense of like somebody in there just might happen to need help, you know, but they don't have a dedicated board to it or anything.
All right then.
I do want to go to Rocky's at least to like sleep because Rocket was like really talking up the rooms. Oh, it's so cheap and yet so fancy. He's
Well,
got a
it's
secret
cheap
drug
because it's-
empire. Like,
It's cheap because it's free.
wait,
Free? What?
Yeah, for the people he considers family.
are we family?
You are now because you know his secret.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
You're welcome for
Free
making him angry and telling him about that, Sam.
I'm not thanking you.
Free rooms though.
I will simply say you. I'm not gonna say thank. I'm gonna say you.
You.
You can take that positively or negatively, but that's all you get.
So we do want to
Yeah,
go
just-
shopping. You want to go shopping
What time
first?
of day is it?
Couldn't we just go shopping?
That's a good question. It's really hard to actually kind of tell, but if you had to guess, probably like 1 o'clock.
I think it's perfect shopping time.
We got.
Just went
Yeah.
shopping.
But
Yeah, but that's
we
when
have-
you had money.
Yeah, we
we
have
didn't.
money.
I still don't have money, but I guess I would like to spend money. Well, actually, things are more expensive in Prime, aren't they?
Things are
Uh-oh.
expensive in general.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
mean,
I wanted to
specifically-
buy.
Specifically, magic items are expensive.
I wanted to buy a diamond for freaking Revivify.
Oh, I thought I was
Can't
gonna
you
get
just
married.
use the gold?
No, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can just expend that amount of gold. I thought Chile said.
You can expend it once, and then you have the thing for it.
But it
Well,
gets consumed, so.
No, it doesn't. Identify does not consume.
No,
it.
Revivify.
Oh, revivify. My bad. I thought you said, for some reason, I thought you said identify.
No, I don't even have that.
I take it back.
thing.
Yeah. Revivify. You take away the money and then cast it.
Right.
I mean, like
Well-
flavor-wise, you could say that you have one, but you're just taking away
Go
whatever
diamond shopping.
amount of money it is.
I would like to buy a diamond though, just in case I accidentally spend money.
Okay,
That's fair.
that is fair. Absolutely. I'm just gonna say that you. I mean, it's not gonna be hard. You do find somebody, you get it for that much.
And now I have absolutely no money.
Really, was that it?
Yeah, I gave all of my money to Sky.
How much money was a diamond?
300.
I'm just gonna do this. Mal goes to pay for the diamond, and I'm just gonna give the 300.
Excuse you? Do you think this is funny?
This doesn't add to your debt.
I think
Consider
that
it a gift.
Eris and Amira should date.
I think that's a wrong assumption.
I think they should.
You keep your money. You're dead broke.
Damn.
Hey, I guess but no, I have to repay you.
And like I said, this is a gift. It's
You
not
said
part of
the
your
armor
debt.
was a gift.
That's a special type of gift. That was worth a lot. That was worth almost nearly my entire pocket at one point. That's why you have a debt for that.
Okay, but I don't like owing people things. I will pay you back.
And that's fine.
I just really hate that you have now added to my fictional debt.
The 300 is a gift and I will not accept it.
Are you serious?
Eris, you've just got an infinite money glitch in order to pay off your debt.
Well, I guess it's not a part of my debt. Fine, whatever.
The diamond's for a spell, correct?
Yes, it's for Revivify in case one of you guys dies.
Then consider this. I want to have access to Revivify in case any of us go down. Just so happens that you happen to be the spellcaster for it.
Fine. I guess. But what if it's not you I'm reviving?
I don't care. Like I said, I want it for the party.
Alright, fine, whatever.
just listen. If I go down, whatever.
Just be happy, goddammit.
But let's say Val, who's actually been a really good aerial support, goes down. That could have been a big help to us.
All right. Fine. I won't try to pay you back this time.
Good, because if you do, I won't accept anything over 1,000.
Okay.
I will be counting.
Counting what?
Yes.
Mm.
You gave me like 300, correct?
I gave you 310.
Okay, 310. Oh yeah, I have it in my notes section.
Rude.
I have it in my bond section in biography. Eris paid equals 310.
Wait, are we in a jewelry shop right now because Eris got a diamond?
Yeah, you could say that, yeah.
I want to look for jewelry.
Didn't you just get jewelry?
I'm getting it for you.
I don't need jewelry.
So Bo and Amira are going to date.
You gave me some jewelry. I want to give you a gift back.
You gave me an earring.
Yeah, but that was my earring. I want to get you something new and shiny.
This is considered new and shiny to me.
See, that's so sad. That was my earring. I've worn it for like forever. I want you to have some.
You understand, I've been traveling for a long time now, right?
So you deserve something nice and shiny.
This is nice and shiny.
I'm getting you something else. Would you like a necklace? A bracelet? A bracelet. You would. I'm getting you a bracelet. I think it would look nice.
Okay. All right. I guess.
I'm looking for a bracelet. Or a ring! No, I'll get you a bracelet. A ring is.
A ring? Ooh.
I wouldn't mind a ring.
Would you marry
I'll...
me? And thus began the Bo Amira ship.
All right. So I want to buy a flute with the money that I now still have.
A
How much
flute?
money are you fucking spending?
Flute?
I'm trying to keep it so that way you constantly have money on you.
It'd probably be really cheap, actually. Just normal flute or run you just 2 gold.
2 gold? I'm taking it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Take off 2 gold, you got a flute now.
Hooray!
It's nothing special, mind you. It's a flute. Like, it's not masterly carved or anything.
I just wanted a flute so that I could play music.
Fair enough. Bo,
I'm gonna start up a band here in a second.
start taking a look around, Bo, and I mean, there's a lot of very pretty and exotic looking jewelry in here. There's one in particular that catches your eye that actually you feel is perfect for Mira because it reminds you a lot of her for some reason. Probably mostly due to the color theme of it. You actually find what appears to be, it's like, how do I explain it? You know those like those gold necklaces that aren't really like chain. They're almost like, what do you call that? They're like flat, like ribbon, but it's like metal.
Yeah.
It's like that, but the thing that catches your eye about it is it's kind of like this bright blue, metallic look to it. And it's got like a little bit, like very, very fine, intricate, like stripes of gold that go along these, like the actual necklace part of it. As it comes down, the actual pendant itself is a silvery cloud. And, you know, it's a pendant that you can actually pop open. So the cloud actually pops open and lets you put like an item or like a picture in there if you wanted.
That's perfect. How much is it?
That is $250.
Oh, perfect. Oh, I'll totally buy that.
Okay. Take away $250. You now have that.
Amira. I got you something. I just got
Whatever could it be?
Oh, you'll never guess. I handed the bracelet.
You get handed the same necklace I described.
Isn't it so pretty?
It's perfect. I love it. And I'm just gonna instantly put it on.
Okay. Yeah, it's really easy too because it kind of has like one of them, like, you know, you pop it open on the back and just click it back on. You just kind of put it
Actually,
on.
this goes on pretty easy.
Aren't you
This is
two
actually really cute.
adorable?
What the fuck?
I'll say, I mean, it fits Amira for sure. It gets covered up if your scarf is like up though.
That just means it's special.
And no one else can see it. It's mine. My
What do-
shiny.
What are you thinking of putting inside?
That is a question.
Pictures of
I might-
friends, family.
Probably friends. Yeah.
Friend. Right.
Us? He like just to the whole party, like, hey.
Anyways, about that tavern.
Anything else you guys are looking for?
Vale was excited to come shopping, but he's looking around and he's really sad that he can't find anything.
Well, what are you looking for?
He has no idea.
You just wanted to look at the shiny.
Oh, window shopping. You don't want a shiny piece of jewelry?
Vale,
No. Oh, hi.
you're looking around. There's not really any interesting items per se, but there is something that catches your eye. There's a little stand. It's currently kind of made. It looks like it's had like a few tarps kind of like extended to kind of help keep the sudden rain off. But it kind of catches your interest. There's a few candles that are kind of lit up, and there appears to be kind of this older lady that is sitting behind the stand.
No, it's a fortune teller.
It is a fortune teller.
Oh no.
Oh
Kind of catches your interest as she appears to have kind of like these. It's like jeweled skulls with like candles on top of them. And there seems to be like an assortment of things that are like kind of scattered along the stand, as well as like a crystal ball even.
Oh.
It's enough to catch your interest. Nobody else really seems to be paying her much mind. She's definitely there. I mean, people glance in her direction, but everyone's like, just keeps walking on.
I feel like this is a trap.
One way to find out.
Hey, Bo, come over here and look at this with me. And I run up to grab Bo.
Oh, okay.
If I die, we're both dying together.
Do I see it, or is it something only Vale was seeing?
You see it, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, it's actually there.
Okay.
It's
So-
not fail, just massively
crazy.
hallucinating.
You want to
So,
get our fortunes told?
Do they actually work in this world?
Depends on the fortune teller. I mean, there's
Well-
definitely scam artists, no matter where you go.
Let's go talk to them.
Okay. You want to approach the old lady?
Yes.
All right. You approach. And you notice, as she comes up, she gives you a very slight wave. She seems pretty well put together, actually, despite her age. Like, she kind of looks old in the face, but her body almost seems like, even though it is, yes, still old, she almost looks like she's pretty nimble. She, like, stands up, and she's pretty tall, actually. She actually stands about 6'4" as she stands completely up. But I think the thing that catches your interest are the first thing you notice, she doesn't talk. She simply waves, and then she points to the cards and points to a little piece of paper next to them, 10 gold. And then she points to the crystal ball and then points to another piece of paper next to it, 20 gold.
I would not trust the card deck. Maybe that's just me. I'm terrified
deck
of
of many things.
That's what I'm terrified of, yeah. I mean, surely if it was, that she would get in a lot of trouble. But if no one's paying her any mind,
Sure, I'll fork over 20 gold.
Okay. Vale, you want to fork over the gold? She takes it graciously, and then she takes it out, pockets it. She seems to take a little seat out and kind of puts it out in front for you to sit in. She gestures for you to sit down.
I sit down, but I'm like pulling Bo beside me because I'm scared.
I want to see your future. I'm excited. I actually don't know if I'll be able to see it, but
All right. As you sit down, she kind of she makes a gesture, and you kind of get a feeling she's telling you to kind of just relax and kind of focus onto the ball. She seems to make a few gestures, and you guys watch in surprise as the ball begins to kind of inside of it begins to kind of twirl and light alive, almost like a snow globe, but like with magic, as it kind of comes to life. And yes, Bo, you can see it too, as it displays images of Vale.
Spooky. Oh no, I don't like the music.
You both, not under any influence, just out of sheer curiosity of watching this. It's a very strange sensation because it's almost like you're watching like a little movie, but the pictures aren't. They're not highly detailed. You could definitely make out designs and Vale and whatnot, but it's all like this kind of weird, liquidy kind of glitter almost. The best way I could describe it. As you watch this interest, you watch Vale with the group. You guys travel all over from place to place. There's actually a moment where it seems to falter out as it kind of shows you pretty much just general adventuring. As it pulls you into the next part, it's a dark place, and it seems to be amassed with kind of black rocks and even lava. You can see what appears to be Vale in the group, and this massive, angry red dragon that seems to be rearing up and blowing fire through the air. It swirls away. As it pulls in, you actually see it's Vale and Iris. They both appear to be arguing with each other. Vale is shouting and Iris is shouting.
Wow, there's a red dragon flying around.
The two of them seem to be arguing very intensely. As it swirls, you now see Vale by himself. He's isolated. No one's around him, and he's actually walking amongst what appears to be a burnt city. Everything struck down to ash. The next image shows Vale seems to be in a state of mourning. He's crying, and he appears to be over graves. Only 3 of them. He seems to be devastated. The next image, it shows Vale breaking away from this. His hands kind of slowly come up over his head, almost like he's trying to keep sound out of his ears, like something's too loud. Kind of grits down, his eyes squint. The next scene, suddenly, his hands kind of fly up and away as energy is bursting from him. His eyes and his mouth seem to be emitting this kind of ghastly green energy. He seems almost like he's wailing in agony. And suddenly, the fortune stops. It goes back to normal.
Bo's kind of holding onto Vale really
You
tightly.
guys were so infatuated with it that it was like the sound of rain starts to finally come back to your senses as you realize that it's now over. And the old lady, still without saying anything, she seems to be looking at you, kind of just waiting for any sort of feedback.
What?
You've got some pretty interesting illusion magic. Let's go, Vale. Let's go, let's go. Thank you for the fortune, it was fun.
She simply nods and waves you guys off.
I wouldn't let it bother you too much. There's plenty of illusion magic. I mean, I can do illusion magic. You've seen me do illusion magic. It was convincing illusion magic, but illusion magic. I'm sure.
How sure are you?
Vale, go ahead and roll me a history check real quick.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. A history check.
Nat
Why-
one, nat one,
No,
nat
no.
That one.
You guys
Wait,
are
hold on.
bullies.
He pulls a nat 20 out of nowhere.
Okay.
Just out of
one.
spite.
If it's not a nat anything, Jeff.
Damn it.
Aw.
That's not
Look at that.
terrible.
13.
Okay, I accidentally opened this, so I have to roll these dice.
Okay, no problem. You're walking along, and you're a little shooken, kind of like, whoa, that's kind of a spooky fortune. And you kind of walk, thoughts begin to occur. As the initial creepiness starts to wear off, you kind of get to thinking. And suddenly, even Bo, you might even be able to notice this. There's like realization that begins to hit Vale. Your eyes kind of like widen, Vale. A little shocked, maybe even close to breaking out a sweat if it wasn't raining. That energy, the color, it's strikingly similar to what you were introduced into this world with. Your patron. You begin to think there might be a connection with that.
That's scary.
It's a little spooky.
Darn thee, space mama!
What? You okay, Vale?
Oh, nothing.
Sure. Look, I seriously wouldn't let it get to your... That... Sometimes...
Vale's going to explain how, like, he came into this world and tell Bo. Okay, Bo, you have to promise me that you are not going to say anything to anybody else.
Like, not to anyone?
Nobody.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
So Vale explains to you in depth about how he, like, what exactly happened when he was sent to this world, the dead people that were around him when he got here, the energy, and the weird god person that talks to him every once in a while in his head.
I remember you mentioning dead people before. I kind of went into the back of my mind, but now you're kind of saying it again. I do remember that.
And he's going to, like, bring up how the energy was very similar, like what Chili or Ice just said to us.
Yeah, the depiction in the fortune, now that you're thinking about it, now that there's a possible connection, it's and Bo, you start to realize it too as he explains it. It's almost as if whatever entity is speaking to Vale, it's like it's going to erupt from him, like it's going to manifest. And
Spooky.
then Vale is essentially going to be a victim of it.
Bo kind of makes like a face of a little bit worry. I I don't know that much about like. I feel like Eris might know a little bit more about this. She's like a cleric, I think. Knows god stuff.
Yeah, but why would somebody bring me to a world just to kill me? I'm sure it's fine.
Well, I really think that maybe you should tell someone else. That would be a little bit more. I'm gonna try and think about as much as I know about like warlocks and patrons and all that stuff. I have no idea how they work.
Yeah. There's not a lot that you know about. You know it's got something to do with magic and worshipping some kind of other worldly beings.
I really feel I don't know much about any of this, but it is a little bit concerning, and I think that, you know, not telling people isn't exactly the solution. What are you worried about with telling, like, Eris and Amira and Chabin and B?
I don't know.
Well, Eris is a cleric, I'm pretty sure. Might know more about this.
Maybe I should tell them. It's just really weird. Do people normally hear voices in their head?
Some people, it's not normal. No, but I mean, I'm sure you're not alone. Actually, I wonder, do clerics hear voices like paladins? How often do you hear this voice? I mean, actually, we all heard voices in our head. You know what? I would talk to Eris. I would talk to Eris. I really would.
Okay.
I cannot express how much I do not know about that kind of stuff.
I guess we're going to find Eris.
Okay. Yeah, you guys meet back up with Amira and Eris. They are
Eris, I'm telling you, you could repay me.
Paying.
You can repay me by keeping that spell at the ready.
Trust me, it is at the ready.
And then there you go, your debt's paid. Haha.
Oh! Whoa.
Shut up.
Congratulations. What is. Whoa, okay. Hi, guys. Miss us?
Where were you two?
Vale's going to explain in extreme detail everything that just happened.
Vale's great at this.
What the fuck?
Pouring everything out. You guys are aware of what happened.
Okay, whoa. One
And then I
sentence at a time,
then I
man.
use minor illusion to show them the vision that we seen.
Yeah, I remember
like,
there was a day you didn't
pieces.
even know how to use magic.
I've taught him well.
It's true.
Okay. Yeah, he shows you the images. Everyone, except Vale, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Oh, did you just do this in the middle of the
I guess so.
perception?
Choo-choo!
Aw.
It's
Poor
okay,
Bo.
but one day.
It's okay.
But you unfortunately don't notice. You're kind of more looking at the image, like kind of confirming its accuracy and looking back up to Eris and Amira and explaining. You do notice, however, Eris and Amira are kind of awestrucken for a second. They seem to be distracted. They're not looking at the illusion. They're actually looking at Vale.
Guys?
You guys can notice Amira and Iris. Vale has an aura coming off of him. Very slight. It's not like, again, kind of like how Eris's came in like an eruption, and Bo's was kind of like the smooth musical fashion. Vale's creeps you out. It's coming out in like strands. You guys get chills that kind of run down your back because it almost like, for some reason, it gives you this feeling. It's like a personification of death, in a sense. You can see the aura is like, it's seeping up like in strands off of his body, like some of it out of his mouth and through his eyes. And the thing that really sends goosebumps all over you, Amira, you're the only one that noticed. The aura, it's hard to see at first, but as the strands kind of trail up, the first time you've seen it do it, the aura is making a figure. There's a entity simply looming over Vale. It's very faint and hard to make out because the full body isn't really there. There's just few strands of aura seem to kind of coat up and coalesce along its figure. It's almost like there is an invisible entity there. And you can make out faintly that it is feminine, but you can't make out any details. And almost as quickly as you guys notice that, the aura cuts off from his body. Suddenly the strands trail up and then leave.
Hi. I don't like that. I don't like any of that.
Eris is looking.
Vale.
Bo, as you look back up, Eris is kind of looking at Vale. Amira is like looking up over Vale.
Guys, did you not pay any attention to?
Oh, I was paying fucking attention.
Vale, are you?
Vale, how do you
okay?
feel right now?
You feel fine, Vale?
I feel fine.
No different. than
How'd you feel like maybe 5 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds ago?
Spooked out, but normal.
This guy, no.
Anyway,
Bears, please tell me you saw that.
I saw there was some kind of weird, sinister aura
What?
coming off of you. Vale.
So you didn't see it.
Are you guys
It's-
just pulling my leg
excuse
again?
me?
There was something there. There was an entity there. I don't like it.
I could believe it.
what?
There was something there.
Vale also explains the voices that he normally hears in his head, in case that wasn't clear.
Um,
I was hoping you might know something, Eris.
Like just like they normally just give
Yeah.
him like general information about the world and how to do things.
Mhm.
if you
Yeah,
have a
Vale-
god talking to you on a regular basis, lucky you.
Did we ever find out what magic, like what type of magic user Vale was?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Not like Vale would know.
I don't think Vale knows.
No, I'm saying like
Definitely.
in character. Like, have we ever deducted?
Not really. You know he can shoot beads of force.
Yeah. Well, Eldritch Blast, can anyone else cast that?
No. That is a warlock specific thing.
But you've also seen me cast more than 2 spells in a row.
That's true, that's Sorcerer.
Hmm.
This man multi-classing 2 fucking magic
Yeah,
users.
from a character's point of view, you guys, it kind of strikes you now. You guys really have no idea what Vale is. And, ironically enough, not even Vale knows.
Do you know what kind of caster you are, Vale?
There's types of casters.
Yeah, okay, that was a really dumb question
Okay.
to ask him, Eris.
Okay.
I'm gonna try my best to explain this to you. I am a cleric. I get my magic from the gods. Bo is a bard. He gets his magic from music.
My good looks.
You
Your
get your
music.
magic debatably, yes.
Shut up.
Eris
I
mostly
don't
hates
need-
things.
I don't need input from you, God.
I need sass from you guys.
There's
They're wizards. They get their magic from learning how to do it, I guess. I don't know how that works.
basically bookworm magic users.
The nerds.
There's sorcerers that
Oh.
are usually, I believe, born with it.
Yeah, it's like
Born
bloodline.
with
Yes,
it,
sorcerers
cursed
are
with it,
born-
something.
As far as I know, I wasn't born with anything. I mean, this isn't my body that I was normally in, so
Yes, sorcerer might be a bit of a first range, unless
all I know is that I can do this, and then I'm gonna point and I'm gonna Eldritch Blast in a random direction again.
Okay,
Right.
that's
so-
warlock.
That is a warlock cantrip spell? I don't know how it works really. I don't know too many warlocks.
I can also do this, and I don't think you guys have ever actually seen me do this. My shield is just gonna open a dimensional portal and go inside, and then I'm gonna pull it back out again.
Mm.
I don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
I'm not too, like, my specialty isn't really magic, but from people that I do know that use magic, I don't know, he borderline seems like a warlock.
What do we do then?
Well, if he's a warlock, that means, oh, wait a minute.
Entity was probably his patron then, right?
And if that's a patron, you have a deal or something going on.
I didn't make any deals.
Did you make a deal with the devil after you died in your real world?
No.
Eris,
I didn't say that I died. I fell in the water.
You fell
The
in the
fact that
water.
you're
Maybe you drowned.
unknowing of your deal is even more terrifying somehow.
I don't know.
Eris, can't you do some kind of like prayer thingy? You're a cleric,
No.
right? What? I thought that you were a cleric.
If he's still patron, it's basically bound to him.
I don't know how it works.
How do people just speak? I just kind of talk to it in my head sometimes and it answers.
And you thought that was normal?
Yeah, I mean, like, I have never
but
really been able to willingly
just
talk
tells
with
me.
my god.
She tells me things about the world. Like, how do you guys think I learned to cast new spells?
I thought I taught you. He's betrayed.
I mean, you taught me how to use magic in general, but you don't know how to do the things that I do you?
No, I don't. I just thought that you were a very good student and I was an amazing teacher and clearly.
You're an amazing teacher, but I don't know. She just kind of tells me things. How do you think I know how to read different languages and stuff?
What? Do you know what languages you do speak?
Absolutely not.
All right. How many languages do we know, besides you, Vale?
Okay. I'm gonna start speaking
Oh, this is
into him in
hilarious.
Elvish. Can you
Do I speak
understand
Elvish?
me?
No. What are you saying?
Okay, not Elvish.
What about Sylvan?
I'll
Do
try.
you understand Sylvan?
Yeah, I'll talk.
No.
All right, I can only speak Common to Vale.
I'm not even gonna
You
bother
guys should
trying
know
with that
what.
language.
You guys should know one language that I speak.
It's Fiendish and I think it's Celestial.
I'm just gonna speak
No,
to
I
him in
spoke
Infernal
to
and
the
be like,
Dragonborn guys. Come on.
Oh yeah.
"Oh, you do speak."
Oh,
I forgot about that.
I spoke Draconic before.
that's
Who else
true.
is speaking me to? What else are you trying to speak to me in?
You read the thing.
Well,
on the
obviously,
coffin,
and then I'm
which
just
is,
gonna
like, in Celestial or something.
Oh yes, I did
Yeah.
read that.
I'm also gonna just switch like midway of talking and just to speaking in Infernal and just be like, well, obviously you can understand this.
Yeah. Why is that different than normal? You're just speaking the same thing that you just were.
Yes, I switched halfway through that to a language called Infernal.
Ah.
It's a natural tiefling language.
It's because devils
Oh.
speak it.
I see.
Yes, it's the equivalent of Devil's language.
That's probably how you knew the sewer thing.
Yeah, I didn't understand them. So I assumed
Oh, you didn't?
Vale could.
I thought you just couldn't hear them.
Nope. I could not understand them. They were speaking a different language.
So am I still speaking like normal right now? Like what's the normal language even called?
Common.
Common.
Common. That's a weird thing.
Not
Anyway.
that weird.
Well, it's the common language.
Okay, I guess so. But what if you're in a place that only speaks Infernal? Is Infernal no common?
Infernal is infernal.
Yes.
But if it's common in that area, then why isn't it common?
Common is the common language. of
Common is
material
common
plane.
language across the world.
Like the material planes.
So common and like another plane is going to be different?
I don't
Maybe,
think it's
probably.
called common. I don't know.
I've never been to a different plane.
There's undercommon. That's a language. I
That's
think.
from the Underdark, though. We leave that alone.
That's true.
Eh?
Don't worry
Dark
about it.
place.
Okay, but
Oh.
what are we gonna
Very,
do
very
about
dark place,
Vale?
Very creepy.
What are we gonna do about Vale? I'm worried about him. I say that very quietly. I don't want him to hear. I don't want to worry him. But I'm worried about him.
Well, I get bad vibes from his patrons, so I think you're doomed, my friend.
No, don't
it's fine.
say that.
Hey, Vale's just gonna look up and like talk out loud. Hey, you there? These guys are freaked out. I don't know what's going on.
What he's speaking to it.
How do you think I just talk to it all again? We've had lengthy conversations about this world.
Is there anything else she's told you?
I don't think so.
She hasn't told you to like kill people, right?
No.
I guess that's a good sign.
Have you at any point in time felt like an out of body experience?
I don't know. Maybe when I was, reincarnated.
Okay, ignore that.
Oh my god, his entire existence is an out of body experience.
Bo, please, you're not
We
making
should
the
have known he
situation
was a warlock.
Bo, please.
But I was just freaking out.
I'm talking about possession of any sort.
Possession. No, don't think so.
So all your actions have been your own.
Yes.
That might
All right,
change
Eris,
some days.
think with me. What fucking god can pull people from another world?
I have
Strong
no idea.
one.
What plane does Vale even come from? Does he come from a different plane, or does he come
Oh
from...
god. Oh god.
From what Vale described, it is like a different dimension.
That's even more concerning.
Vale seems to come from something beyond the planes.
Is there any way we could be dealing with a different type of god?
Like one
A
that
god from a
none of
different
us would
plane.
be familiar with?
That's spooky.
Oh, Jesus.
Eris, you're familiar with gods,
I was
right?
gonna say, Eris, you and I think, come from heavily religious areas.
You
do?
do?
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately. Yikes.
it's a long story. It's not a happy topic.
To be fair, I guess looking back on it, it was kind of unfortunate for me too.
You guys are twinsies.
Sure.
Did the patron answer me when I called out to it?
It did actually. What did you ask again?
I was like, hey, these guys are freaked out. I don't know what's going on. What's your name again?
She speaks. The same voice you've always been used to. It's actually very soothing, kind of, to you, you've always seen it as like more of a motherly voice. But she does, of course, you're the only one that can hear it. She seems to speak back. There's no reason to be scared. Have I steered you wrong yet?
No, but these guys are really spooked out. Was that you above my head or something shortly ago?
It was me, yes.
Am I gonna die?
No.
Are you gonna possess me?
No.
I don't see what the problem is then.
Is he
Can I-
speaking out loud?
Yes. Can I maybe have your name just so I can calm them down a bit? Because they're really concerned. I know I've just always kind of called you Mom because it's like Space Mom, but...
That is the name that you have given me. I would prefer to keep it like that.
Okay.
So he calls his
Well, thank you for all your
Patreon
help anyway and teaching me about this world.
Mhm.
I don't see what the problem is, guys. She's just kind
I'm
of vibing.
sorry, you called her Mom?
Don't
and
you
she
just
was
ever call a
okay
god
with that?
mom?
Yeah.
God in their right mind would like to be called Mom.
She said that
Not even mother.
she said that she'd
Eris, I'm
she'd
being
rather me
sarcastic.
just call her mom instead of anything else.
That's weird.
I
Creepy.
I don't. That.
It's kind of more the case of she really didn't care what name you called her. And you started calling her mom, so she just kind of assumed like that's the name you gave her, so she adopted that name.
I'm gonna write it off as either neutral or evil in alignment, and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, are there
The vibes, Amira. The vibes.
Unfortunately, until the vibes get stronger, we're not gonna be able to figure out what the fuck that is.
Do you think there's warlock self-help groups?
I'm sure there is.
They're still
So-
worried. I don't know what to do. Can you just like talk to one of them or something? Can you? I don't know. Like this, I don't know. I don't want to worry my friends.
I can only speak to you right now.
Was that vision that the fortune teller told me true, or will it come to pass?
I have no way of knowing.
Okay.
Okay. That's so dumb.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do about this, because personally, you need as much help as possible. And Amira's gonna give him like a head pat. I don't often do hugs, but have some affection.
Do you need a hug?
I think I'm fine, but sure.
Okay, I'll hug him. There you go.
Hugging him.
Like, I'm patting his back, like, it's okay, we'll get you through this.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong. She's always been nice to me before. She didn't say that she doesn't know if the vision will come true. She said she's not going to possess me, because I asked her specifically. And she said I'm not going to die. So
Wait, can you ask her what your contract is with her? I think sometimes warlocks have those.
Warlocks are bound by a contract or a deal.
I'm just looking up again. Do I have a contract or a deal with you? Like me?
You actually surprisingly met a silence. Something that you've gotten used to. Sometimes she does tend
Yeah.
to just go silent.
It's true. She's not answering anymore. Sometimes she does that though. It's like she answers for a while and then can't again. I don't know if it's that she won't or she can't answer me. It might be like an energy thing.
All right, well, Vale, I'm gonna state this to you, and the reason why we are slightly concerned. Warlocks are usually 100% aware of their deals.
Yeah, but like I said, my body isn't like my body looks like me from the other world, but it wasn't like I didn't just poof here. I jumped into this body specifically. So like this is me from another reality. I didn't develop out of thin air.
Alternate universe Bale.
I'm possessing a body that was me, and I probably was killed with the other guys that I was standing beside. But
My head hurts.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for like warlock self-help stuff and like people that help warlocks for my remaining time.
Okay.
Uh,
So, oh, yes.
until then, Vale, if you need help, please talk to us, please. Please do.
I feel like this is Alcoholics Anonymous.
You'll get through this, Vale. We believe in you.
This addiction isn't normal, sir. Please get help.
Yeah. What are you gonna say? Ace?
I'll say, since it kind of sounds like it for the sake of it, you guys are kind of making your way towards the tavern. As you're talking about this, are you heading to Rockies, or are you just finding a tavern?
I think we're on a Rockies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rocky's the cool
Back to
tavern.
Rockies. So yeah, a mixture of this and kind of just getting out of the rain. You do find yourselves coming back to Rockies. He welcomes you in. There's a good little group of adventurers in here. And yeah, I mean, especially if you explain it to him, the rooms, as long as there's one available, they tend to have, the way they kind of work is it's kind of like a first come, first serve kind of deal. Rocky and a few other Rocky mostly, but the adventurers tend to help them too. We'll kind of keep the upkeep on the rooms, kind of keep them nice and tidy and not being dirty. And the way it kind of works is basically either the door will be unlocked or left open. And basically, if it's unlocked or left open, it's yours to use for how you see fit. And pretty much the way it is the keys are kind of set on the inside. That way you can kind of come in, you can lock the door if you feel like it, and then if you lock it while leaving, you can come back and unlock it. So, heading up though, yeah, there's plenty of rooms for you guys to hang out in. The rooms definitely probably a little better quality than your typical tavern. You can definitely tell that Rocky put some love into it. I mean, the rooms are like pristine clean. Talking like there's no dirt, no dust, nothing. Like it is almost glimmering inside of these rooms. And you notice even though the outside is wood, the moment you walk into the rooms, they actually are carpeted. And each room has like different colored carpets. So, you know, like the first room will have like a red carpet, and the next one will have green, blue, purple, pink, and just kind of goes on and on, different colors. But yeah, stepping in the rooms, they all seem to have like the same basic layout. You know, they've actually got a little room, like a little bathroom. You know, basic kind of like bathtub and toilets that seem to properly work. You have a I think it's king size bed. It has like 2 spaces, enough for 2 people to sleep on. You have king size beds. They're definitely their lash, and they are definitely very comfy. The sheets and blankets themselves actually seem to be made out of silk. So they're very soft, very smooth to the touch. And there is, you know, a little vanity with enough room to store clothing or whatever items you may need. And actually, each room seems to kind of come with, each vanity kind of has like its own little prep station per se, like a bit of makeup here and there, just kind of like pretty yourself up if you really feel like it. Enough to kind of just make yourself look good. And there is kind of like, I'm gonna call it basic fancy clothes. Like a set of basic fancy clothes. Whether it fits you or not is, you know, up to the luck of draw. But there is like a set of clothing. Like if you want to get comfy, it's definitely a nice set of like silk kind of clothing. And I mean, it's fancy enough that you could actually go out in public wearing it, but casual enough that you could just lounge around in it too. And then to the far wall, there is kind of like, there are a couple of windows and then a wooden door that actually leads out into a balcony. Some rooms don't have it, but most rooms do. And that's kind of about the rooms that you have in this place.
This is perfect for beauty sleep.
It's definitely perfect for beauty sleeping.
Here's the question. Do we want to split up? Do we all want to attempt to share a room? Or do we all want singles? If there's even enough rooms for that.
Yes.
There's enough room for all of us to have a single room, but I mean,
Why would we want to?
well, I'd feel a little bit bad if there were other adventurers that needed the room and we were just taking them all up.
Not only that, but listen, I don't think it's the safest thing, especially seeing how we've never spent the night in a tavern. I don't think it's the safest thing for us all to get a room by ourselves.
The doors have locks.
Let me tell you something. Coming from my expertise, locks don't mean nothing. They mean shit. Absolutely nothing. If something wants to get through a door, it's getting through a door.
That's true. I could just like break it down with my hammer, probably.
There are people who are really good at unlocking doors too.
Suggestion: we split it up, girls, boys, and Bo.
So Vale's alone and Bo's alone.
No, what? Dropping in Vale.
Huh?
Could just...
Oh yeah. So you get your own room.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a valid thing. The other way I was thinking was magic user versus somebody who has like more physical power. So like bow and arrows.
So shouldn't we not put the magic people alone? Because aren't we more deadly? I mean, by
You
deadly,
guys
I mean
tend to be
more like
glass cannons.
that.
You can be
That's what I
magically
mean.
strong, but you are fragile.
Oh, so you're saying we each pair with someone that is physically strong.
Who's either has a high constitution or a high strength, something like that. Something with a lot of physical ability.
I think Eris is the only one.
I mean,
Everybody
I make up
stays with
what I
Eris.
don't have in strength and constitution. I make up for in dex.
Yeah, I'm pretty
exactly.
sure Eris is the only beefcake in this party.
I only have a +2 to my strength. It's nothing
That's,
special.
I mean, that's better than ours.
I think we all have negative nerfs.
I have -1.
What are the
Negative one.
chances?
Negative one.
What are the chances that we come across a belt of giant strength and I get to wear it so that I can have all of the modifiers I want for my
No,
hammer?
I get to wear it.
Why would you wear it? You have no reason to wear
I'm just
it.
joking.
The only reason he has is so you can't wear it.
That's so rude. How dare you?
I want to be strong for 5 minutes.
If you are a glass cannon, you are going to stay like that.
Exactly.
I don't think I'm made out of glass. My AC is
It's a
probably higher than yours.
It's a do you want to go? You want to bet?
What's your AC?
No, you first.
19.
I'm gonna fix that here in a second. Anyway,
I could make it lower. I could hit you with my hammer and it would be lower.
Just got the shield.
Don't forget.
and I can take it back.
Wait, I'm popping the shield into its dimensional portal.
Don't forget, Eris. That's only for natural or worn armor.
Is he not wearing armor as well?
Yeah, I'm using natural armor.
Oh, is it natural?
I have dragon
My
skills.
armor's all natural.
Oh yeah, then you're fucked. Sorry.
Damn.
Heh.
But also my shield. I don't think my shield can ever be permanently destroyed because it's my packed weapon now. I can
Yeah,
just kind of.
shield. It wouldn't work on your shield.
Yeah.
Magic
pack
items
weapons.
are a little different. The same would go for magic armor, so keep that in mind, Eris. I don't think I actually specified that on it, but it's more of like pretty much non-magical armor weapon or natural armor.
So
Never
okay, if you hit me
seen
right now, it's gonna
magic
fucking
armor.
hurt.
Yeah, because magical weapons all basically have like a base property of they can't really be destroyed unless like very specific things happen.
AKA the doctor shows up out of nowhere.
Got a really random
So
question.
bitches.
Stop, bitches! You thought I was done?
Yeah. What's your
I'm
question?
back.
So, I'm gonna guess I don't just straight up see Janine, but do I get the vibe that Janine has showed up, or that, like, someone claiming to be Rocky's brother has shown up?
Oh yeah, Janina shut up.
Oh, hey!
Wait, didn't Rocky's brother not want to be found? Rocky don't want to be found.
Well,
by Rocky's
Rocky
brother?
was like, oh, I don't have a brother. But Janine's here?
Yeah.
He's
Does-
in his true form?
Yeah.
What? So I guess Rocky had no reason to be panicked.
You kind of have coming in is kind of the sense of like typical siblings. Rocky didn't really want him there, but he's here now, so Rocky's just like gotta deal with him now.
Hal and Mal.
God damn it, go play. Go
Like,
away.
doesn't like it's not like he hates him, but it's like, ugh, I was doing my thing. Yeah.
I was vibing until you came along. Get out of my room and play Minecraft.
But yeah, they seem to have made up enough that Rocky's allowing him to be here.
Lovely.
How
Yeah.
sweet.
I want to ask why, he said he didn't have a brother, but I also don't want him to get mad at me if he's offering free rooms.
It's true.
Hmm.
Suddenly a room costs 1,000 gold, and then you're shit out of luck.
Speak for yourself. I can pay for that.
You're gonna pay for his room 1,000 gold later.
I mean, we're bunking up 3-2 then.
You don't want to pay for that though.
I don't want to, but if I had to,
You won't
there's
have,
that difference.
you won't have to pay for $1,000 room. 1,000 gold
Okay, if you're
room.
gonna piss him off, at least piss him off after we get a good night's sleep.
True. Also, we gotta go up there and find the guy's base so we can get the loots.
Yeah,
I don't mean the
wonder-
musical instruments. I mean the loot.
We'll go.
I still mean like the items.
We know
not
what
the...
you mean, Vale.
Yeah.
We know.
We'll go.
We get it.
We'll sleep and then we can ask about like if anyone's heard about this cult or if anyone knows where they might be. We can also look for other quests and we can ask Rocky's questions. But nap time.
Also, how are we dividing up? Are we doing girls, boys, or are we doing somebody with physical abilities versus magical?
I'd gladly go with Bo or Vale.
That's what I was thinking. The question is what one would be the smarter path to take?
I
You
don't.
guys could do a bonding moment after that. I'm gonna be real honest. I really wasn't paying attention to the visions, but every time I like slightly peeked, I'm pretty sure it seemed like you and Vale were fighting. This could be a good bonding moment.
I could. I'll be with Vale. I'm fine with that. You know. I feel like we get along all right.
Either that, or you put the two tieflings together and the tieflings bond.
I'm down to bond with
Historically,
anyone.
you guys have not bonded well.
Yeah, that might be on my end.
Well,
I don't care where we go.
Me either. I'm fine with bonding with anyone.
Of course, a
Well,
bard would say that.
I'm not picky.
well,
Mhm.
I'm sure. Who do you want to bond with the most?
You asking me who I want to bond with the most?
You have to choose.
All right, Bard, you pick. Who's your?
Eris, are you jealous or something? Because
I'm
you
just
know
asking.
the answer's not you.
So then you want to bond with Amira the most, I see.
I'll stay with Amira. Okay.
All right, I'm taking it, I guess.
Oh, dude, the bow and mirror ship, it's happening. You gotta choose.
How do
you gotta
changelings
choose-
reproduce?
We're about to know.
Oh my god, that's
No.
that's a conversation for when she goes home. Hey
I
guys,
think. Plot twist: Bo doesn't know the answer to that question.
Bo was told it was a stork.
It could have been. It could have been.
Wait. Probably.
All right, so it is kind of important for me to know who's sleeping with Amira.
I am.
You are?
The fuck does that mean? Don't you dare!
Oh no.
Don't you dare!
Why Amira?
I'd imagine. Chapin can go wherever. Ollie's not here, but.
Okay.
We'll just say he's in a room. He can pick when he gets here.
For the sake of it, you know what? Just because Chavin's going off on his own, he picks his own room.
He says
He's gonna be up all night clanking around. He gets his own room.
He's kind of like, fuck you guys. Puts a turret in front of his door and then
I get early sleep.
yeah, he's getting peaceful sleep.
My man go, me.
All right. For a second, Vale and Eris, you find your room, get all settled up, cozied up, and going to sleep. Bo and Amira, you guys do the same.
Mm-hmm.
You drift off into sleep. And somebody is going to be having a little dream.
A vision? Amira?
No,
I think we all know who it is, too.
no.
Definitely Amira.
Let's not say we did.
It's definitely Amira.
It's obviously Bo or Eris. Anybody else, please?
Ooh, Miss Amir.
God damn it.
That's that. Good one. This one. Here. Amir, you were dreaming. And you're kind of floating in a sense. You come to your senses, you're a little startled because it's almost like you're just kind of flying through the air in a completely dark room. And as your senses pull in more, you begin to realize there are objects in here. You can't see where they connect. They go up and down. You can't see no floor or ceiling. But there are chains, and they are pulled tight. And these chains are very strange. They appear to be this, like, dark gray, but have these teal veins. They're magically enchanted. These teal veins that kind of run along them, and they do glow. So as you start to look around, you start to see these glowing chains in the darkness. However, there's something that catches your attention, and you find yourself, although it may not have been intentional at first, you were kind of gradually floating in that direction. There's a light kind of shines bright. Singular point of light. It catches your attention. And unfortunately, even though you might try to, you can't really pull yourself away from it. There's no really physical way for you to walk or move. Even flapping your wings, you can't do anything to get away from this. It just slowly kind of lulls you in. As you get closer and closer, the light almost seems like it gets brighter and brighter until eventually you get past the point of it being this bright light in the darkness. As you get close enough, you notice it appears to be a gold triangular piece. And you do notice that this piece seems to be connected to a chain that goes straight down. As you look at it, entranced by it, the light and just the situation in general threw you off, but you quickly realize what it is. It's a piece. A singular point of Solomon's star. As you quickly scramble to try and get a book to kind of copy, to get just an image of it into your book. It pulsates. Energy ripples from it. But nothing else. Is there anything you'd like to do, Amir?
I'm gonna draw an image of my. I'm gonna obviously draw the image of my book.
Okay. Finally get it. Pull your book out. You scribble it down. You get the image of this triangular piece shining, connected to this chain.
Other than glowing, is it doing anything else, or is it just there?
No, it's just floating there. I will say every couple of minutes, it seems to pulse with power. But other than that, it's just there.
I'm gonna. Do I have my equipment on me?
Yeah, everything's there.
Shouldn't touch it. Shouldn't touch it. Shouldn't touch it. She's gonna like scramble around in her bag or something for like an item, like something like a bag or a piece of cloth or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing whatever she finds, probably like a loose bag or something. Actually, probably her coin pouch.
Okay.
She kind of like dumps it into her backpack, and then uses the coin pouch to like try and to put it over the piece.
Okay.
Trying her best, very, very carefully, not to touch it.
Okay. Take your mag, slide it over the piece. To your surprise, it doesn't really seem to affect the light that emanates off of it. But your bag is over it now.
Once the bag's over, I'm gonna like pull the string tight, so it's like tight around the chain, and then I'm gonna do whatever I can to break that chain.
Okay. Grab a hold of it. You can feel the triangular piece through the bag. To your surprise, you take it and you start to pull. The chain just it snaps surprisingly easy. A little surprised as you kind of pull back and float. The chain goes limp and then falls. And as you kind of feel this sense of pride and success kind of well up into you, it is shot down almost immediately. You see, suddenly, in front of you, but a good distance away, or well, I would say probably about 120 feet, two massive, beady eyes, light alive. They're purple. And suddenly, purple flames, kind of start to coalesce from this massive maw of this creature. Starts to kind of coat along his chin, rolls down it. His scales begin to kind of flail up. Purple flames start to emit from a couple of them. You hear his deep kind of rumble. Takes a deep breath, and you feel a strain. Suddenly, you hear other chains start to break away. The face pulls its attention down to you. You're not entirely sure what you're looking at, Amira, but its face alone is the size of a castle. I'll put it in character art. You are looking... Oh, whoops, actually. Let me just a second. Shit, oops. Here you go. Put it in character art. You are looking face to face to this creature.
Hi. I have a feeling I fucked up. I knew it was too easy to find it.
It seems to eye you curiously. You hear his deep voice ring out. Its kind of jaw kind of slowly coming down and back up. Speak your name?
Amira.
Amira. Curious. What brought you here?
The star did.
The star. I see. Greed brought you here.
I wouldn't say greed. I don't care for the power it holds. But I can't stand by and watch people use it.
Oh. You think yourself more noble. How amusing. And what exactly do you plan to do with this? Keep it out of harm's way.
I plan to have it hidden.
It was hidden here, and yet you found it. What makes you think it would be any different if you hid it?
It feels too easy to have found it. I don't even know how I got here.
Oh, do not worry. You are not physically here. I don't know how you've done it. But we are sharing a dream.
So it's all one dream. Nothing here is physical.
No, indeed it is not. You have certainly piqued my curiosity. You see, it's not very simple to slip into my mind, my psyche. But perhaps it's because I am imprisoned. Maybe I am weaker than I thought.
And what exactly are you?
Candid chuckles to himself. I am known as many different things, but they are all meaningless titles and names. For now, I don't believe that's something for you to worry about. You would not like the nature of my being. If you claim to be as noble as you display.
I may not be the purest of heart, but I came with good intentions. And like I said, I have been leading on trails this entire time to find this, to find its pieces.
He laughs again. Oh dear Mira, who really is pure of heart? I have lived for centuries, and I have yet to see an example of somebody that is pure. That's the issue with mortals. Try as you might, it will always be there. In many different forms. Greed, anger, loathing. Name it as you will. Don't take this the wrong way, however. I'm not upset. In fact, I hope to see you take the point. I would like to see you take it. The statement and the smile that he gives you. In fact, Amira, I encourage you to come find it and take it.
I won't fall to its trap. I've heard of it. I know, at least from the rumors, what it can do. And I honestly want no part of it. No one should wield that much power.
And yet, there are people, there are beings that wield equal, if not more, power. Trust me, I've heard it before. And I suppose I will hear it again. Everyone starts out like you. We will see how it plays out.
I guess we will.
Good luck, Amira. I hope the next time we see each other, it'll be in more physical terms.
I will find it soon. I guess I'll see you around.
If you need something to refer to me as many other in the past, you may refer to me as the World Eater.
Hi. I will keep this in mind.
And with that, he seems to just a little huff as he this thin, purpley black beam shoots forward as it seems to collide against you. You feel pain. It racks your body. You suddenly find yourself snapping from this vision to you in your bed. Eris, it's enough to wake you up as Amira starts to kind of yelp and scream, starts to kind of
How
come
did
forward.
Eris get here?
I thought you were sleeping.
Bo,
it's bad.
Bo,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Bo,
It's okay.
you. For some reason, I had it in my mind that Eris was sleeping next to you. Whoops, my bad. So, whoa, you see this.
Surprise, debated.
Amira kind of yelps and starts to kind of like, seems to very quickly try to get up out of the bed. Amira, as you do, you feel pain, but then nausea. Quickly jump out of bed. You barely make it over the side before you just vomit onto the ground.
At least you have prestidigitation.
You kind of start to kind of cough and dry heave for a moment. You actually find yourself, you're like, the wind has been knocked out of you. You're struggling to breathe for a moment before you start to kind of breathe back. And as you do, you kind of look, you see the vomit on the floor. It is black, pitch black.
Are you okay?
Hi. And she's just gonna start crying.
Oh my god, Mira, it's okay. What happened? What happened? Did you have a nightmare?
Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know.
Hey, it's. Do you need healing or?
No. I feel so sick.
Do you need to go to the
No.
bathroom?
No, I'm fine. I was so close.
You were just having a dream. It's okay.
I hope I never see that again.
Would a lullaby help? I know a bunch of songs on the mandolin and...
Can you do me a favor?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, as stupid as it is. Can I hold your hand, please?
Of course. And he like offers his hand.
And she's gonna take it, and you can feel the kind of like shake.
He's just gonna put his other hand over her hand. There.
I'm so sorry to have woken you up.
No, it's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's okay. It's
Trying to be careful. Working. Hey, shut the fuck up.
What's happening?
Hi. Bo,
Yeah?
you remember how I said I'm really good for looking for things?
Yeah, you did say that.
I think it's time I admit just a little something about myself.
All right.
I guess, in a way, a sort of like detective. And I'm looking for a very specific item.
Which is...
When we felt that pull originally, back when we first met each other, I thought it was what I was looking for. I thought finally I had a lead. I very evidently didn't find it. But that dream... Bo, it was so close I could touch it.
It was a dream. It's okay. And hey, if you're looking for something, I mean, I've seen you. You're pretty stubborn. I mean...
Bo, this item single-handedly is one of the most dangerous items I have ever heard of.
What is it?
That's actually something I would like to know. It's the whole reason I'm looking for it. I know its name. That is only one of two things I know about it. 3, technically. I know its name is the Solomon Star. I know it gives incredible power. Or at least that's the rumor about it. And that's just a piece of it. I also know there's been no actual documents of anybody having come back from the power it wields.
Can I ask why you're looking for it?
Like I said, I'm a detective, in a sense. My entire job is basically to find it, report back, and hide it.
And that's something you want to do?
I do. It is terrifying what it could do.
Well then, I'll help you look for it if you want. I might not be as good at investigating as you, but
Just promise me one thing.
yeah.
If we ever see it, I beg of you, do not touch it.
I won't touch a finger on it.
And if anything happens to me, I don't want to live like a mindless monster.
I'll make sure nothing happens to you, don't worry.
So, Mira, I would assume you kind of explained to Bill what it is, right?
Essentially.
To put in perspective, Solomon's Star, Bill, you've actually heard of it once or twice. A very, very legendary artifact. It was powerful enough to turn mortals into gods, basically. It was created by Solomon. He used to be a deity. However, in the fits of wars that have happened for this piece, Solomon himself, it was actually enough to even end his life to do it. However, he saw fit, and what he did was he tried to destroy his star. However, his star was so powerful enough that he actually couldn't. And what he ended up doing was the actual star itself was shattered into different pieces. And it's well known that all its pieces are kind of scattered about. So there's 5 different points, and then the main actual piece. And each point can do its own specific thing. But it is rumored that when you get them all back together, it returns to its former glory, back to Solomon's Star. The thing that can single-handedly turn mortals into gods. And it's been commonly rumored that you lose yourself and you essentially become a whole new entity. Whatever you were before is gone after you transform. That's the point that Amira is trying to get across. And Amira, you kind of think about it for a second, and you start to frantically kind of look about. And you're not sure if it's good or bad. It is enough to send chills down. Pull out your notebook. That drawing is there.
Hi. It was real. It was actually real. Oh god, that means that thing's real too.
Hey, it's okay. Maybe you drew it in your sleep.
If
But
I drew that in my sleep, then that means whatever I saw, this piece is more than likely real. and whatever was behind it was also real.
What was behind it?
An absolute monster. That thing. Ace, it was the face alone, right?
Yeah, just his face.
The face itself was the size of a castle.
Ooh.
It, oh God. I have seen a lot of horrid things in my life, but I think that single-handedly is the most terrifying thing I have ever seen.
Well, it sounds pretty big. You sure that you want?
It was big, it was sinister, and it had no good intentions.
So, were you hired to get information about the star?
In a sense, I've had, like I said, being a detective, I've had a couple of cases where there has been rumors about a piece of it being related. And after so many cases build up, even if they're just rumors, it's concerning. As part of my investigations, I've pretty much put in my notice with the group I work for that I won't be returning until I have any solid leads, any proof of it. We can't make judgments based on rumors. And if I can find it, I'm going to make sure no one ever finds it again.
Like I said, I'd be willing to help you look for it. I'm not a detective, but it does sound pretty dangerous. And it would be bad if it got into the wrong hands, and it would be bad if something happened to you. If that drawing is the star, we know exactly what not to touch.
And this is only just one piece. But that thing called itself the World Eater.
It's not a very pleasant name.
No, and with how massive it was, I have no doubt it actually could eat entire worlds.
And then it's probably not good if it has that star. That piece of the star.
No, and I think it counts on me trying to find them. He's banking on greed.
And you're not doing this because of greed.
I don't want the power.
Well, then if he's banking on greed, he's wrong.
At the same time, I know nothing about these other than the baseless rumors. I have no idea if it has anything that affects the psyche.
Well, if that giant castle world eater is holding that piece of the star captive, it could be that the reason it's so big is because it has that piece.
Maybe. Something else that is said that sickens me is that there are powers greater to it, if not equal to it.
To the star?
Yes. If that's the case, it doesn't sit well with me. I just hope that whatever that power is, it's not in any mortal hands. People in this world can be sick. They can be cruel and they can be greedy. They can let their pride and their ego blind them. And I won't let anybody else get hurt by it.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people like that. If you're doing this for pure intentions, then you can bet that there's other people that have pure intentions for, well, other reasons.
You're right.
Amira,
Mm-hmm.
as you're speaking to Bo, the journal still haunting you. Opened up, you realize there's more than you remember putting. If you look down at it, it's actually written in Inferno. You're not sure whether you did it or it was the world leader's influence. The name of the point is on this page. It is the point of flourish and rot. That is the name of that piece. And with that, we'll take a short break. 10, 15 minutes, do what you need to do.
I got so into character, I forced myself to cry so I could make up Amira.
Perfect, that's what I love to see. Anyway, do what you need to do. I will be right back.
Fucking Christ.
Are we awake yet?
I love how Amira and Bo are having this conversation. Meanwhile, there's just black ichor all over the fucking
I had
ground.
to step away for a sec. Are we awake? Am I awake?
Not yet. Basically,
Okay.
Amira's crying and having fucking trauma.
So do you know what that thing is? Because it looks like a celestial dragon to me.
Amira has no idea what it is. Amira just knows what the thing is.
What's the thing above gem dragons? It's like they get like the biggest dragons, the ones that are like world eaters. Like,
Yeah, you talking about like the celestial, like the big boys.
that's what it
I
looks
know.
like.
I know there's one where I'm pretty sure Ace has talked about it too, where it's just a supernova the moment you destroy it. Literally, you kill it, poof. It's a fucking supernova. Just explodes. You kill it, you lose. You don't defeat it, you lose. You no matter what, if you see it, you lose.
Yikes. Poor Ollie is stuck in traffic.
Good, you can stay there. Are you good?
What?
Are you good?
I'm sniffling.
Are you
Sorry.
sicky?
I think so.
Alright, so you and I are sniffly for different reasons.
Why are you sniffly?
I got really into character.
Oh,
I played my part.
I see.
Also, I wasn't expecting him to bring up Solomon Star so quickly.
I wasn't expecting him to tell me that Vale's going to die.
Yeah.
What else? like the wizard people.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They didn't use
the
much.
cult.
They didn't use any magic for being wizards. Just
They
saying,
were wizards.
pretty sad wizards.
You're just making the assumption that they're wizards. I never confirmed that.
He literally said he went there to learn magic.
Yeah, well,
Okay, just because you want to learn magic doesn't mean you're a wizard.
yeah, he wasn't a wizard yet.
He was a lizard, which is funny because he was a dragonborn.
He was a wizard. Alright, anyway. Sounds like we're all back. Are we all ready? Ready to kick it into high gear and start going again? I take your silence as a yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
I was trying not to do that, but then
In the words of Ollie, "Brr."
Alright. For the sake of it, you guys get a long rest. Find yourself waking up to a beautiful summer morning.
Is it beautiful?
I give each of us a single Veil's healing potion. You're welcome.
It is sunny outside, and you all wake up, restore everything. You get the puke that Amira had cleaned up. You all meet back down in the lobby. That being said, where would you like to go?
Before Bo and Amira go down,
To the north.
Amira's gonna basically be like, can we not out the information just yet?
He's just gonna do like a zip across the mouth, like my lips sealed.
Thank you.
No problem with telling them eventually, though, right? I mean, like, I don't think they'd have a bad reaction to it. I won't tell them on your behalf, but
I'm sure. Just I don't. Even if we tell them later tonight, I don't care. Just not within at least like the next 2 hours.
yeah, of course.
Let me wake up.
Also, if you need to hold my hand, it's always available.
Aw, it's happening. It's happening.
It's happening!
What's happening?
I would like to officiate the marriage.
You're not even
Gross.
from this world. How?
I have a god. We just figured that out, remember?
True.
Are we sure it's a god and not an Eldritch Horde?
Positive.
It's actually your Eldritch Horde.
That was not a woman. That was not a woman.
You never know.
No. Oh God, if that thing was a woman. That is one ugly woman.
She heard that. Call me ugly lady.
if that
That's a woman.
was Vale's Patreon, that big giant, can we make your mama so fat jokes to
Oh no. I'm sure you want the world eater mad at you.
Your mama's so fat, they call her world eater.
I'm so glad I made it back for this.
Damn. All right. You come back down. Oh.
Oh.
Rocky's actually trying to get your attention. He's calling you over to the front desk.
Yes.
He pulls you up, and you step up. He's like, "There's something came in for you."
A present?
Oh no, it's the letter.
He pulls out a letter, hands it to you.
Does it say who it's from?
You'd have to open it.
Oh, okay, fine. I open it. Not
Open the
dressed
letter.
anywhere.
You open it up, start to read it. It's from your mother. Surprisingly.
Yes, surprisingly.
You're kind of definitely surprised to be hearing from her, but As you read on, you feel a little uneasy. She's wanting you to come back home, mostly because she is talking about an adventuring friend that you apparently lost. She's saying that this adventuring buddy had gotten lost from your party and was hoping to find you again. So if you could, please come back home.
I'm gonna look at the party and count them off, make sure they're all there.
Yeah, you look up. Eris, Chavin, Amira, Vale, they're all there.
Could be Bo. I mean, could be B. Oops. It could be B, but I didn't tell him. Hey, Rocky, do you know where you got this from?
He kind of shakes his head. No, I don't know where it came from. I just know that it came in this morning for you.
Like by bird or?
I'm not exactly sure how the mail system works, but it was courier. He brought it in. A person brought it in. If that's what you're wondering.
Yeah, okay. Did you get a good
Just-
look at this person, or?
It's just a mailman. Why?
It's just weird.
Is everything all right?
Just I don't know how they'd know. What? I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go back to the party, like. Not to alarm anyone, but I just got a very strange letter.
A letter from who?
Well, apparently from my mother. But that doesn't. She's saying it's because I lost an adventuring party member and they're trying to get back to me.
That smells like bullshit.
Well, you're all here. I was thinking maybe B, but I never told B about my parents or where to find them.
Yeah, but isn't he like the prince of a Fey realm? Couldn't he get that information?
I mean, I don't think my parents I mean, I
Travis?
live on the material plane. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Could B somehow have got that information?
What, like, your family?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would he give a shit?
Good point.
Here's my question. Would he give a shit if it considered his stuff being retrieved?
We do have his guns. You have his guns.
That does spark the question, why would he go to your parents specifically? Not only would he not know about it, but why would he go to your parents specifically?
Do the rest of us have parents? I mean, I have parents, but I doubt that they would treat him kindly.
Well, I think Dad would send them. Dad would probably send them my way, if Dad even knew where I was, but...
Yeah, that's the other thing. My parents would have no idea where I am.
Are you sure it's from your mother? Is it?
Okay,
Wait.
I'm going to be entirely honest. I have no idea. I haven't seen her handwriting in forever. But
How long are we talking about?
12 years?
How old are
That's
you?
trap material.
I'm 22.
You left home at 10?
Wait. I'm 24.
You left home at 12?
I technically left, yes, but it's complicated. Not by choice, but it's... Okay, my parents kicked me out, so it's very strange that they'd want to see me.
That is strange.
Is there anybody that you pissed off?
I can't think of anyone.
The cultists.
I
Well,
feel like Bo's pissed off a lot of people.
The cultist who.
if Eric survived, but he didn't see me, he saw Marie, remember? Then again, how would he get that information?
He might have saw you performing, but I do agree. How would he have gotten the information?
But Eric wasn't there.
I didn't see him. He could have
Maybe
been
he was
there.
invisible.
That's
No.
also a possibility.
But even then, I don't know how anyone would get this information.
Okay, let's not worry too much about it. If it was your mother, would you want to go back and see them?
I don't. Well, I'm gonna look over the letter again. Did she say as me, as Bo, or anything in the letter? Like,
No, she commonly referred to you as my child.
I don't.
As child. Yeah, Bo was not mentioned once in this letter.
I don't know why she'd want to.
Bo, can I take a look?
Sure.
And I'm gonna read the letter.
Sure. Read it over. Are you looking for anything specifically, or?
No, basically, I'm looking at the way it was worded.
Oh, okay.
Basically, looking for clues.
I mean, the only thing that seems out of place is this supposed lost adventuring member. Other than that, it just seems to be like, I mean, normally this would seem like a normal letter. The adventuring thing's off-putting, and because you know Bo and what he just said, it's now off-putting as well. Like the whole thing, like, because Bo's, saying that they wouldn't really be interested in seeing him again. So.
Not only that, Bo, have you, you've mentioned, you haven't had contact with them in 10 years?
12 years.
12 years? So, if they know the party, would she call you by your supposed name? I my thing. It seems like she's talking to her child from 12 years ago, but is mentioning something new, like a lost party member.
Yes, she's not using Bo. There's a reason why. I kind of found the name Bo after I left. I don't think that she'd know the name Bo. In all honesty, she didn't give me a name. So that's just what she called me.
Then I think we can rule out it's not B then.
Well, I don't think that she'd call me Bo.
Doesn't
Either
support
way,
you in
you
your
think-
life. Pretty messed up.
Wouldn't she at least give some hint of who it was? Like, yeah, a small, weird-looking goblin came. Like, there would be more identifiers if she actually had B.
Is B smart enough to tell her to specify?
No, I think B's stupid enough to spout information that he didn't need to.
Kevin, you know him best. Would be tell a supposed person who knows Bo to specify that it's him that sent him over?
I mean, as much of an asshole as he is, believe it or not, he is kind of smart.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like
So if he's looking for someone, he's gonna find them. But he just doesn't care 90% of the time, so.
I don't know. I don't think it's B. There's too many red flags about this.
If it was B, he would not be sending a letter through your mother. If it was
Okay.
B, he'd probably be blowing up a mountain, yelling your name.
Think about it this way, though. Whoever sent this letter wants you to go back home to your hometown, which, from what I've heard, is all the way in the Elven Empire. And, it's probably a trap, right? Which means that they've somehow gone to your hometown and set up a trap, right? So it could be a little bit dangerous over there.
Also, another thing
them.
going on, what Travin said. If this was B, again, he wouldn't be sending the letter. He would have come and found us directly.
That's true.
So not only would he have not sent the letter through your mother, he probably wouldn't even bother with your mother. Just would directly come here. And whoever sent this letter knows exactly where we are. Knows exactly where you are.
All I'm hearing is we should not be staying here any longer.
I think it's time to get the fuck out of Dodge.
But wait. Are you saying you think my parents are working with this person?
Or dead.
What?
What? I don't say
I
anything.
mean, they could very well be. If this person set a trap at your hometown, they probably either got your parents to work with them or something else.
No,
I mean, look on the bright side. It's been 12 years. What's another, forever?
My parents don't really look like changelings. I don't see how anyone would even connect that we're related, in all honesty.
Another red flag.
So I can't imagine how anything could have even happened to my parents.
It sounds dangerous, whatever it is.
Now, hear me out. What about the one lady from fucking Persefort's the one that burnt down, right?
Yeah.
That is correct.
What about that one lady?
What one lady? The one I disguised as?
No. I was invisible. In the middle of the night, it was raining, and she could still spot me from so far away. Is there any way she could have seen you at the after event when you played that song?
But what would she, like, I didn't do anything to her.
It kind of sounds like a stretch, to be honest.
I'm just saying, she alone was weird. The fact that she could spot me from so fucking far away. I am reaching for anybody who seems out of place. At this point, fuck it, Janine. Janine's terrifying at this point.
And you think my mom's aura was scary and powerful?
This could come from your mother. I don't want to hear it.
Hey!
Listen, for all I know, this could come from anybody. Absolutely anyone. Not only that, Bo, answer me this. How would your parents know you were here?
I have no idea. None of this makes any sense.
Okay. Well, if you wouldn't want to go see them, then oh well, too bad. We didn't lose a party member, so there's not really a need to go back there, right?
Well,
The party member we did lose, I'm going to be real honest, he would have found us by now. If he was here, he would have found us.
well, I'm just. Well, no, what Era said is concerning me.
They are in danger. And maybe not even just Bo's parents, but everyone from his hometown could be in danger.
They could already be
We're
dead.
in danger. What do you mean?
We shouldn't walk into traps that we at least think are happening.
Bo, is there anybody in particular you pissed off?
I really can't think of anyone.
What if this is
Wait.
Eric?
I have an idea. How we could figure it out, Bo, and you're not gonna like it.
Okay.
There's always that fortune teller stand.
You think that she'd know?
I think that she might be able to tell you if you ask
I
her.
also don't know if.
If you pay a price.
I'll give you the gold.
Well, I also don't know if what she said. I mean, what you saw was creepy, and
It's worth a shot. 20 gold isn't a lot.
I'm not concerned about the gold. I just, do we really want a fortune teller to fix all of this?
Well, do we have any other way of knowing? I could ask my mom, but there's no guarantee that she'll answer or guarantee that she'll know anything.
I just. Okay.
To be fair, we've also, I wouldn't say fight, but we've come across some very omnipotent beings.
I'm not.
Like that one guy from the tavern dungeon.
Ethan.
I was talking about the other one that basically came stomping towards us.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't see.
Infinity.
It would be a weird way to go about it, would it not?
Yeah,
Someone with all that
Infinity.
power? Why?
Well, you released quite the amount of power yourself, Bo. Mr. puts all this magical energy in the air to bring a whole bunch of people together that spans miles. I don't know. I wasn't flying at the time. I don't know how far the power went.
You think
Not only
because of my
that-
show?
It could have been.
Not only that, if whatever it is keen on magic presence or just feeling presences in general, we very clearly have some sort of connection that we don't even know about. We felt it when we all got together.
It's true.
And
Then why
And
aren't
we've also, the whole door incident with Infinity,
Yeah.
okay?
like
Here.
very clearly there is something else going on here that we are unaware of.
Then new question: why me? Why not you guys?
because you were the one that made a show of it.
Well, it was a show.
I think everything else has been done in secret. Like nobody's really gone out and been like, "Hey, I'm gonna put out a show."
It was. You think that was the problem? You think that's what you think?
I'm just saying, like it's not a bad thing. It's just a public presentation.
So you genuinely think that this person did something with my mom?
Can I'm
Even
gonna
if they
ask
didn't?
my mom. I think
Aw.
it can't hurt anything.
You can ask your mom.
I'm just gonna be like,
Your mom
hey,
was gonna get mad at us.
Mom, do you know anything about Bo's mom sending a letter? Or is there anybody after us that we should be worried about? Hello? Oh no, she's not picking up the phone.
Ugh.
I don't like that either.
It's always terrifying when your mom doesn't pick up the phone.
Your mom really doesn't like to answer the important questions.
Don't make her mad.
And she probably doesn't know. I mean,
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna look up in the air with my hands. I'm sorry.
look, I just.
Hmm.
Even if somehow that show is what did all of this, and then that someone was really mad at me for that, for something I had no control over,
Can Janine teleport?
I still don't know how they would get all this information. Again, my parents don't look like changelings. They're transformed
human?
all the time. I don't.
Oh.
I
So-
don't know.
What?
It's
Here's the thing. It's in natural nature of a living being. Any sort of animal, to be fair. What is your natural instinct when you read this letter?
I thought it was weird. If someone is trying to lure me to my hometown, then this was a pretty strange way of doing it. Me and my parents have a rocky relationship, to say the least, and I know my adventuring party. I'm not missing anyone. Except for B, but again, it would be a weird way to go about it.
And very clearly not a B way to go about it.
So if someone was trying to lure me like this by saying, "Oh, adventuring party missing person," I have eyes. I can count up to at least 5. Okay. I know no one's missing. The only person that I can really think of that this could be, and this wouldn't be like a bad thing, would be Reprise. But I just saw Reprise.
Yeah, and Reprise would know where to find us too.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, does Reprise know about your family?
A little. I mean,
Does Reprise know you have a rocky relationship? Like, even in the most vague term.
I met him when I was kicked out, so yes.
Trevor's like, I'm gonna commit Lorez to figure it the fuck out. And then when he's fucking hiding now.
Yes, Reprise knew about my parents. I don't think he knew where to find them. I wasn't planning
Even if he
on
doesn't, he knows you have a rocky relationship about him. So why would he go there?
And it, like, maybe he thought that my parents would start to understand and accept me as I am because of the show, you know? But if that's the case, why the missing adventuring partner? Not a single thing about this makes any sense. It's concerning that someone would, like, know at least enough information to be able to send this letter.
I think it just means that we should keep a lookout, watch our backs, because somebody knows where we are and is keeping an eye on us. I don't think this was sent by your parents.
Okay, hear me out. Scratch everything we've thought about right now. Let's say, theoretically, this is your parents. Okay?
Okay.
Even if this is your parents, this clearly has malicious intent.
Me and my parents had a rocky relationship, obviously, but I don't think they'd want me in any harm. At least I'd hope. It's been 12 years. I don't know what they would.
I'm not saying hurt you, but like either maybe use you, try and get you to come back for something. Basically something that would benefit them and not you.
Yeah, I could have heard about your fame and want you for your money.
It's another possibility.
I don't really have that much money. And
I don't know that.
Well, okay, another counterpoint to that. I was a lot more popular before. As Lyrica. If they wanted to connect with me, that was like the perfect time. I wasn't even being myself. It was a moment. If they wanted me for the fame and they, just wanted to reconnect, that would have been the perfect time. But they didn't know that was me. There was no way they could have. So why now? The more I think about it, the more
The more this is a red flag and a no-no situation.
So, do you think I should just ignore it?
Yes.
Burn the letter.
I think it could be even, what if it's magically tracking you? What if it sent a message to somebody?
He's like kind of holding it out, like away from him. Like, you think it could be tracking me?
It could be, right? I'm assuming you guys have that here.
How does
somebody hit it with an Arcana check?
Check
Don't
it.
look at me.
If we're not doing anything with it anyway, just burn it. Who gives a shit?
Well, at least we would be able to know. And then we would know that, hey, whatever this is has tracking magic. We should be careful.
I'm just worried about the people in Bo's hometown.
Stop saying that. That's making me more worried about something.
I mean, are you not worried about them? There might not have been anyone you particularly cared about, but it's still, there's some unknown entity who wants something to do with the power you displayed in your performance.
That's a huge assumption, and you know that. At most, this letter is just weird. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know who it's from. I don't know how they knew where to send it, and I also don't know how to tell my parents. If they did, hell, they might have just been a person pretending to be my parents. It's a weird fan letter. A weird fan letter. I got those all the time.
And at most, that is weird.
I don't know.
You have a very skewed perception of reality, my friend.
Bo, I have another question.
Yes?
Would you be comfortable sharing your town name?
I don't remember.
Or at least the general location of it in the Elven Empire?
It's Burlow.
South, north, east, west?
Burlow. In the Elven Empire.
Okay. That's
It's really far away.
That
It
was
is
the
pretty
right town,
far.
right?
Well, I mean, that sort of like it was
weren't
only a
we
day.
arrested in the Elven Empire at one point?
We were.
In the capital.
What the fuck did you guys do?
It was not us, okay? We got arrested twice, and actually, I'm pretty sure the second time wasn't B's fault. I don't even. I think Midnight framed us.
I still blame B.
Hold on. We only learned about. Wait a second.
What
What
about
if we're
Amira?
still wanted? Yeah, exactly.
Not only can we still be wanted, I'm pretty sure we are still wanted at some point.
That's it.
But it could be another trap.
This letter's from the guard.
Possible.
If
that is possible.
that would get me back
actually.
home, would it not? If they wanted me back in the Elven Empire to arrest me.
Hey, we're looking for your son. Send him a letter. Okay.
Yep.
If
Sounds
they-
about right to me.
Your son's a criminal. If you
So
don't
far-
call him back, you're
so
being
far.
arrested.
That makes the most sense. That's
That is.
Red flag central.
Right.
Trav and you guys were arrested multiple times. Trav was just like, should I really be here right now? Is this the right party for me?
Okay, hear me out. We've been arrested 2 times. One
was
because
B.
of B.
The
It
other
was
time-
entirely B.
The other
B
time
took
might
off a
have also
guy's
been
head.
B.
and me.
Well, that I'm not surprised about.
Yeah, and we were just
In front of
arrested for
several
being
guards.
around. We were arrested for being around him.
It was a guard.
Yeah, that I'm not surprised about.
The second time, we were set up in a trap by someone. Another reason why we're being cautious about red flags and stuff. It really, other than B, us getting arrested has been nobody's fault. But B's and evil other person.
But
Fucking
like,
Omera was her name?
if you guys are still wanted,
If we're still wanted, we should not go back.
Should I send a letter back?
No.
no.
Okay, I won't.
That would confirm our location and they could send an envoy to capture us.
I won't
Not
send
if
a
we
letter.
leave immediately after sending the letter. What are they gonna do? Realize
Well,
we're already
to be
gone?
honest, I don't know where this letter was sent from.
To be fair, Prime is our home base, so
Okay, we
Well,
go to the
I'm
next town over.
I'm not attached to it. It's fine.
I think we should just get out of this town, start heading north, and keep a extra eye on our backs. And I think we should do it sooner rather than later, because what if somebody wanted us to waste this time reading this letter?
I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, I think same.
Okay, so I just
know.
burn it.
Yes.
You
Bury
You
it.
have
Put it in the ground for all I
prestidigitation.
care.
Yeah, okay. I'll just prestidigitation burst
Just
into
don't
flames.
take it with us.
watch the letter not catch on fire, and it's not burnable.
That
It
will
doesn't
freak
burn.
me. What? Are you serious?
Mhm.
It doesn't burn.
Okay.
Wait.
Bo,
Rabin is
hold it in
making
front of
very
you.
long steps backwards. So he
Bo,
can
hold it in front of you.
get out of there.
Huh? No,
Hold it in front of you.
in front of okay.
Eldritch Blast.
What the hell? Are you gonna do that? Why would you do that to me?
I cast Eldritch Blast.
It doesn't do anything.
What?
It blocked it.
I'm
All right.
imagining everyone in the tavern is seeing us freak out about this letter. Like,
Okay, I say we bury it. Just bury it somewhere.
I wait, now I'm even
Hold
more
on.
concerned. Why is the letter not?
If
Can I do an Arcana check on the letter?
Sure.
Go, gadget Arcana check. That was terrible.
Gosh darn it.
Wow. Okay.
You suck.
Okay.
All right. You know
Somebody else
what?
do
At
an
this
Arcana
point,
check.
Ace.
wait, Ace.
No, identify it. Identify it.
Ace, what?
Identify.
Ace, what would I roll to see if I panic about something?
Constitution.
Huh?
Constitution.
Probably wisdom, honestly.
Oh.
Wisdom?
It would be wisdom based.
I have a good wisdom.
Wisdom's based off of frighten, or frightens are based off of wisdom.
Hey, would that be a saving throw?
Yeah, usually.
I just want to see what would happen. Okay. I was curious, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
I was
do I-
really hoping I'd fail it with the roll, but Travin's gonna start seeing everyone panic, and he's gonna start panicking, and then he's gonna grab the letter and just put it in the bag of devouring.
That works.
Oh my god.
It kills the bag of devouring.
You have the description of the bag of devouring?
Yeah, because I did.
Oh.
What if it kills the bag of devouring?
Yeah,
What if it makes the bag of devouring throw up everything it's eaten?
Oh my
Let's
god.
see.
it's just a bunch of dead bodies in the middle.
I know.
Now.
Oh my god.
The bag of devouring has to roll a Constitution saving throw.
I assume you throw it in there. You don't stick it in there.
Yeah, I'm not putting my hand in that bitch.
This is where Ace is like, because you threw it in, it just never lands in the bag.
No.
Rocky so kind of have a
Read
word
it.
thing.
Saw
Read it.
freaking out
Yeah.
and then be thrown into a bag.
Okay. I
See
saw
me,
it.
I'll just blast it.
I saw what I needed to. Yeah. Throw the letter in.
Is it gone?
You have no idea. It's in the bag now. Presumably it's gone.
Everybody check your pockets.
Draven, flip the bag upside down.
What the fuck did you just call me?
What's his name again?
Travin, it's on the stream.
I tried my best.
Trevor will just pow into a away from Vale.
Kevin,
Sorry.
please
Flip
turn the bag upside down.
Flip the bag upside down.
It's so. What do you expect? Hey,
Flip it upside down.
he's doing it.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, from experience, Chairman, you know nothing's coming out of the bag.
I know. That's why I'm saying. What do you want? It's not gonna fucking. And he does it anyway, just to prove
Yeah,
it.
you tip it over, like nothing comes up.
All right, everybody check your pockets.
Oh my god.
I'm checking my pockets.
It's like Harry Potter. Yeah.
You all check your pockets. Nothing's out of place.
Oh my god. That was so weird. I'm
Now
kind
we
of
should
freaked
destroy
out.
the bag of devouring.
You leave my boy alone.
I'm genuinely kind of freaked out. Why?
Would
Why
your
did
mother
it-
have the power to create an indestructible letter?
I don't think so.
Hey, Ace.
Someone from the guard. Someone from the guard.
Could I like? Would I have to use identify if I want to make sure that it's still a bag of devouring and nothing happened to it, or could I just use a check or something?
You would have to use identify.
Okay, I'm using identify.
Okay, it is still a bag of devouring.
Okay, and like it's still working properly as it should.
As far as you tell, yeah.
Cool.
Wait. It says inanimate objects can be stored in the bag, which can hold a cubic foot of such material. However, once each day the bag swallows. Did it swallow
Basically, we
them?
gotta wait 24 hours.
As far as
And spits them out into another plane of existence. The GM determines the time and plane.
Oh no!
Oh,
That's why I
God.
said, everybody check your pockets.
Well, we have
I
to
thought
wait
it just,
24
like-
hours?
I thought it was a blender.
That's what I
it's a
thought
blender
too.
to live in things.
Hopefully that letter was alive. Fuck that letter.
Fuck that letter in particular.
Okay, so
What
once
if we
each
get really
day-
long forceps and try to grab the letter?
We have to
No.
wait 24
it'll
hours.
eat the forceps.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, you can put your hand in there.
No thanks.
Yeah, go for it.
We'll just wait 24 hours.
Travis,
Wait.
you first.
If it's a blender to living things, does that mean the dead bodies are still whole somewhere?
No, those bodies are gone.
They are gone.
They get blended.
Okay.
Good soup.
All right. Well, to the north. Winter is coming.
Wait. Should I tell Rocky that if any other letters come into me to, like, I don't know, try and do
Destroy
something?
them?
Yeah. Or should I ask to see them? Because
I would. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's head
okay,
out of
okay,
here.
I'm just leaving. I don't want to read another letter again.
Okay, so you're not saying anything to Rocky, but
No. I'll just wave goodbye. Like, we're headed out.
oh,
Rocky's
What do you mean,
dead.
uh-oh? What?
you sealed Rocky's fate.
Oh,
What?
no.
Anyway,
Good thing his brother's here to take over
Anyway,
the
me?
business.
Ace, I want to send you something, and I'm gonna ask you a question with it too, because I want to get something clarified.
okay.
Where the fuck are you?
So you're heading out?
We're going north.
Not saying a single word to Rocky.
I'm sorry, Rocky.
I say bye, Rocky.
I'm freaked
He
out.
waved you off. Alright. So you're heading north?
To the north.
To the north until we see something suspicious.
Oh, you just might. You're taking us in this road here?
Yeah.
Going up, are you going to any particular town? Alton,
I think we should head to Alton.
Werewolf Town.
Alton?
Alton.
Alton?
Alton.
Werewolves.
There are werewolves in Alton?
I think
Probably.
so.
Why are there werewolves?
Because it's called Alton.
What's that got to do with werewolves?
It's the same. Are they?
It's the same one.
Alton was. Oh.
So it just
Oh.
reappears in that spot. So wait. Okay. So what happens to that space when I'm not using it?
It's just an extra dimensional space.
Well, yeah. I just like,
Essentially, your rope trick is like opening a door.
well, yeah, but basically what I wanted to see if something was being tracked and I left it in there, and I just walked away.
Oh, it would probably. I mean, with your knowledge, it probably would. There's not a lot of stuff that can track across planes. And extra dimensional spaces count as like a separate plane.
Well, that's what I figured, but it's one of those like if I left it in there and just walked away and they use it again somewhere like 30 miles down the road,
Yeah, yeah.
would it still be there or would it be destroyed?
It would still be there. Because I mean, that extra dimensional space doesn't destroy anything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to double check. With that being said, just on the air and side of precaution,
Mm-hmm.
while everyone's still talking, I'm just gonna throw a rope up in the air and just shimmy up the rope and toss my bag of devouring in there just in case.
Okay.
Wait, what?
No. How?
And then I shimmy back down, put the rope back in my bag, and okay, so where are we going?
How? No, how?
How what?
What the hell did you just do?
How?
How what?
No, you know what you did, Travin. Explain.
I would say it's very apparent Drebin cast a spell.
I did a rope trick.
What did you
I hate
just do? Why?
What do you mean why?
I mean, why? What did you do? What purpose does it
Just
serve?
in case-
For what purpose?
Just in case that thing was being tracked, even if it's in the bag, because it takes time for an inanimate object, to get tossed out of the bag. So I put her up there just to be safe.
What do
I'm
you
so glad I
mean?
gave him fucking Pega Devouring.
I'm so sorry that this letter. I don't even know where it came from. I don't.
And
So-
now you don't have to worry about it, because in 24 hours we won't know where it will be.
So are we all in agreement? We're not going there.
Going where?
The Burlow.
I guess not. Though I am a little worried.
Nope,
I
I'm not
can't-
thinking about it. Nope.
We just gotta assume it's the guards trying to arrest us.
Yes, the guards sent a letter to try and lure me, and they did get my mom to do it because she's a citizen of the Elven Empire.
That's how your
Not only
guards
that-
work on this plane of existence?
I.
They could have threatened her with accomplishing any, pretty much anything they want. Guards can be corrupt, man.
Our judicial.
The Fae, and we're not that fucked up.
Yes, the judicial system. We've
The
discussed
judicial
this.
system sucks. Okay.
We've been over this.
Really? You awesome? Really? And did B have anything to say about this?
Oh, he did.
That's like, okay. So,
Or at least in the Elven Empire, it does. There are other places too, but
So far, we've had the most trouble with elves.
Let's just forget this happened. Let's just.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me started on those elves.
All right, let's go, guys.
Yep. Just forget it. Block it out of my mind. It's not happening. Blah, blah, blah.
So you want me to return the favor? And,
Yes,
like, she holds out her
yes.
hand?
Give me.
The shit. The
Alright, I got you.
What's happening? Okay, so you guys are just heading north.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. You start traveling along the path, and of course, taking your camping times when you need them. Day passes. Another day passes.
Can we say that I make my potions every time?
Yes. That's
Okay.
fine. You know what? Trabin, roll me a D100.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, boy.
Have a
Also,
chance at encountering something
after the
suspicious.
first 24 hours, I go back up and get my bag back.
Okay.
Your bag's dead.
51.
Alright. 51. So, okay, I'll think. I do not have. Here we go. That's what I thought. Here's about 1 day.
We're going about 90 miles. I'd say 91.
90 miles.
Where are we heading off to anyway?
That's a long
Alton.
trail.
Alton.
We're going to go visit Shortstack.
Okay. Another day passes. And another. Bo, how about you roll me D100, please?
Okay.
Wait,
Bo's gonna
how many
die.
D100s do you need?
Another one.
Another one bites the dust.
79.
Oh, excellent.
Why? I swear.
I hate it.
Every time I roll a D100, every time.
Excellent, yes. It is beautiful.
Kind of sound like Voldemort, not gonna lie.
Oh, yes. All right, you guys travel. Walking along the path, nothing seems to happen out of the ordinary. You do manage to breach Alton. Appears to be a cute little town, smaller than definitely Prime. It seems to be mostly just a small little town on the way to Essort. And I will say you do notice as you're coming in, there's a few humans here. A couple of different species. See a couple of dwarves and a couple of gnomes. But the thing that catches your interest the most is the majority of the population appear to be some form of wolf person.
Damn.
Puppies.
This is where we meet Alton's grandmother.
Seems to be a village of half human, half wolves.
Demi-humans!
Seems to be a cozy little town, just enough for a homely little village, and they seem to be managing just fine. You can see wagons that seem to kind of pass your way, heading the opposite direction you're coming, and some that could seem to kind of trail behind you from a distance and even pass you every now and then. Some that are heading west. It seems they get a lot of materials kind of like in and out of this place. You can see a few trading spots, but it's a humble little town, and they seem to get along, and they definitely don't seem to pay any mind, are very welcome to visitors coming into town.
Should we ask them about the Council of Power? Just like try to get information.
Why not?
Yeah. Let's just hope that doesn't get us arrested. It's so worried about getting
Do we
arrested
want
in
to
every
risk
town.
the corruption here?
The Council of Power. Fucking jail.
We
Oh,
don't
so
speak
power.
of them
Goodbye.
here.
Get like the bars clanging like jail sounds.
I'm gonna be looking for anyone with this necklace.
Oh, the symbol?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and run me an investigation.
May I also look?
Absolutely. Same roll.
Thought I rolled a 79 for a moment because I was looking at my D100. I was like, whoa, I'm better at this than I thought.
Okay. Anyone else can if they'd like.
I shall investigate, and I'm gonna do terribly. Watch this.
Mixture of looking for the symbol and like
Yep.
ask people questions.
How'd you call it?
I mean,
But go around town, you don't see any symbols, and asking a few questions, it seems that everyone here is unaware of who that is.
There we go.
They haven't heard of him. Yep, even Sea Chapman. Kind of overall group roll. Nobody seems to know what you're talking about here.
Okay, has anyone heard of like the wizards Vinny or Zinny?
Doesn't appear. You spend about a couple hours kind of asking questions around, and they even lead you to people that would more likely know of this stuff, and even they haven't heard that name or any of those names.
Guys, we're hitting a dead end already.
Mm.
Of power. Okay. Should we just... Would wandering through a forest really be a better option? I mean, Southbridge is more north.
let's go to South Bird. Oh wait, that says South Bird, doesn't it? SMH.
Doesn't it have a lot? Oh no, these two places.
I mean, it's another at least like 3/4 of a day travel, unless we take like the direct
If you
route.
go. Boop, 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 boop. That's 50 something miles.
Yeah, so basically an entire day.
Darn.
That's
Well,
what-
I mean, that's not that bad.
Looking at something real quick.
I mean,
It is.
the other one was in the middle of the woods too, wasn't it?
Yes,
was.
Chapman.
While we're trying to figure out what's going on next, and while everyone was like, while I was asking around the thing, I would also like to specifically go to some of the gnomes
Mhm.
that I noticed and ask him and ask them if any of them are related or they know anybody related to the Feywilds. And I'm gonna be asking in Gnomish.
Okay. Using that previous roll, they don't seem to have anyone that's related to the Feywild here.
Ace,
Nobody that they know of either. Yes.
instead of looking for anything to do with like Zenny, Vinny, or pretty much any of that stuff, can I use my code book and look for any of the secret network? It's
could.
part of the safe haven.
Yeah, I'm gonna
feature.
say this place, you're not gonna find much, just from the nature of the place. That kind of fits more into like a bigger city. This is like a small town village. I mean, there's only like a couple of hundred people here.
All
You don't
right,
really
well, it's
get
worth
the
a shot anyway. You never know.
You don't really get the feeling that there's any kind of like underground network here or like secret network here. It's just, I mean, you're better off just going to escort in that case.
Oh, I have a perfect idea. Ace, I would like to go look in shops and ask for their junk.
As for their junk,
Yeah, so like how I did in that one store.
okay.
Garbage.
Like see if there's anything that like might be something neat, but like they just didn't want to. They either don't know, so they thought it was junk, or like stuff like that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Looking for like little. I mean, you're not gonna find much that have like trinkets and stuff. I mean, there's just some places that just have like junk per se.
Does any of the junk pop out at me?
Not particularly. It's junk.
Fair. Touche.
Were you gonna say something, Bill?
Would this be like the more magical area?
It is technically, yeah. You're not gonna find much here though, just because of how small the town is. I mean, you could, but it's gonna be like basic stuff, like adventuring supplies. Like, you know, they could suit you up with like some food, some like, you know, torches, packs even, but nothing like magical or anything.
Okay.
Oh wait, that's I forgot. I keep fucking stealing shit off dead bodies. Oh, while I was looking at junk, could I also just sell off like 5 of the short swords I yoinked from the dead bodies?
Sure. 5 of the swords. Normally people don't pay much, but due to the intricate nature of it, they'll give you 300 gold for them.
Hey yo, say less. I'm
All right,
keeping
yeah.
the long sword for myself.
Okay. They take it up and they give you 300 gold.
Oh,
Is that per or for all?
I'm guessing
That's
it's
for-
300 for all of them.
Yeah, it's 300.
It's just a normal short sword that just looks fancy.
All right.
Aren't you an entrepreneur?
How many times have I told you? My entire life has been a businessman.
You're very good at it.
All right. So what is the plan now?
But should we go to the next city up and maybe like ask more around here? They might know more. Or do we
Basically,
just-
which town do we go to? Well, town or city? Do we go to Eshart or Southbridge? Or Southbridge?
But also,
Since
like,
Essart is a capital, they might have more people, and more people means more people who might potentially know about the Council of Power. Right?
or do we just?
I think we should move on to Southbridge. It's directly north of the last position, and you guys know how I feel about the direct north.
Yeah, but we have no information, you. So unless your sugar mama pipes up, pipe off.
You're gonna make her mad.
I mean,
I'm not insulting her, I'm insulting you.
All right. So are you guys going to Southbridge, or are you going to Essert?
I think
Oh.
Eshart would be better.
I think Southbridge.
I think Essart.
Oh. Uh-oh.
All right, Ollie, Hal, hey.
What?
Southbridge or Essort?
Essert. And I think it is closer.
I don't think a sneaky off the grid wizarding group would be in a capital city.
That's true.
Bullshit.
Weren't they literally trying?
No, it was a single person.
It was in Persephone.
That's a part of the same group.
It wouldn't be there. I think it would be more likely to be in the woods, but we might be able to like find someone who's a part of the group, you know, shake them down and be like, "Hey, where's your secret base?"
Didn't fucking feel.
Yes, they said directly. He said north.
That's all he gave you?
Yep.
He also said it was in Mabokia.
Yep.
So, fuck all hell with that information. Cool.
For all we know, it could be on like this little fucking peninsula right here.
It could be. Well, it's like a whole place.
Well, it's
Literally
insane.
anywhere from this border to like this border. Ace is like, you guys are boring.
Huh?
Hmm?
I didn't do anything. I'm plotting evil things in the background.
Alright. So we got 2 for Essort, we got 1 for Southbridge. Hal, Ollie?
Southbridge.
I do think Southbridge is more off the grid from Essor.
Southbridge.
Okay, Southbridge.
Alright.
You realize that
Okay.
was a tie, right? You would have been the deciding vote, but then you just decided.
Okay, I don't.
I flipped a coin.
I agreed with the coin, okay?
The coin never lies.
Eris and Amira are like, this is stupid.
I'm
some
sorry,
bullshit.
Amira. I'm sorry, but the
And
coin.
I would like to say Trabin physically flips a coin in game as well to try to figure it out.
Okay.
It-
Gotcha.
Small argument, just before we go. Freaking, yes, there is a small group hiding, but it is easier to hide among more people than it is less people.
Not if they killed everybody in the small town.
Oh my god.
I mean, also more north is more magical. and
You just like argue with me, Vale.
I haven't been wrong very often in this new world.
That's bullshit.
That's actually not
Kind of
what's-
true.
I'm gonna admit to that. Sir, I am playing in character.
Plus, Southbridge is like directly north of where we were last time. Like directly north.
There is no way they were talking directly north.
You know how scared that
Even
fucking
if they were.
Dragonborn was?
Even if they were, the base. Actually, the base could very well likely be in the town.
Guys come up to Southbridge and that's just the name of the headquarters.
You want to see Amira lose her shit?
I'm just thinking back at the spiral and the barrel thing.
You're like walking along the path, and there's the distance you see this big old gated town, and it just has the symbol on the front gate.
That'd be hilarious. Actually, let's.
That's the moment Amira quits and walks away.
And it has a sign that says "Protected by the Neighborhood Witch" instead of Neighborhood Watch.
And it's easier to get information when there's more people,
I do.
and it's
agree
also
with that.
easier to hide when there's more people.
But also, if he's right, that would be really funny.
If he's right, I quit.
Let's go.
And Bo, you know why.
I'm sorry.
First lovers quarrel.
This screams nothing good. But you know what?
Let's go.
Okay, so you're gonna start heading that way? Excellent.
Anything bad happens, Vale, I blame you.
I would like to use
Oh,
my
no.
die move.
I'm not. I was one person out of 3 decisions.
You started it.
Trabin could not care less.
And I quote, Southbridge, Southbridge.
Okay. Guys are walking. Walking. Walking.
The minute something scary happens, I'm flying.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm gonna be like a pigeon.
Yes,
Something scares me and I jump into the air.
Half a day passes. You're getting close to the intersection. It's getting a little darker. Something catches you guys' attention. Something
Whatever it's gonna
seems.
be.
Something seems off. You all feel it. And as you near the intersection, you can see it. A big cloud of aura. It almost looks like burning smoke. Everyone roll a perception check.
Oh no, it's the dragon. He's gone to destroy the other base.
This is some bullshit.
No. Good thing Eris has
What do I
perception.
perceive with my one blind eye?
You perceive.
Both of them have blind people.
I have one blind eye.
They, like,
I got
they-
no
Blind
excuse.
people
They
see.
were on each other's like bad sides, and they just.
together, fusion.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Bo, hold my hand. Bo, I'm scared again.
I'm hand holding.
You all feel chills. Do you reckon is it the same aura that was in Pursuit?
Wait, did you say Purseford?
Mm-hmm.
Me no like.
Chavin, Eris. You're quicker to pick up on it.
Ace.
Mhm.
As soon as I pick up on it, could I just immediately throw my rope up in the air and start climbing it?
Absolutely.
I would like to do that.
Chavin, Eris.
My man said, "Fuck off."
You notice, and then
Y'all can come up.
Bo, you quickly notice after them. It's an aura, but there is a tabaxi met at the bottom.
Hmm?
Brown tabaxi.
It's Rocky's brother come to kill us.
No, it's
No.
not.
I'm climbing.
There's another tabaxi.
That's what you see, Chavin, Eris. Of course, Bo, you know exactly who this is.
The aura's coming off of him?
It looks like it, yeah.
I'm confused.
That's super weird. That's super weird. That's super, super weird.
Is it time to go? Are we going? It's time to go? Maybe?
I
Hey?
don't know.
I'm confused.
That's the form my dad took most of the time.
Your dad? Oh.
Then it's time to go.
I'm up in my hidey hole. I'm looking down, seeing if anyone else wants to
doesn't-
come up.
That doesn't
It's a
explain.
cloud? Wait.
Bo
hold
climb,
on,
Bo
what?
climb, Bo
I-
climb. Let's go.
Okay.
I'm flying.
I don't understand. I don't. Why would? He's not a magic user.
I'm pulling up this rope real fucking fast, y'all. Are they climbing or not?
I'm flying up to
I'm
the-
climbing, I'm
at-
climbing,
at
but-
Charles Raven.
Amir's climbing right after Bo.
Eris is standing her ground.
What? Eris, get your butt up here! Eris!
I'm standing with Eris. I'm not letting Eris die alone.
Listen, you Thor wannabe looking bitch.
Oh my
Let's
God.
go.
Actually, I'm flying. I'm
I
flying.
did not
next
pay
to-
good money for you to destroy that arbor. Let's go now.
Where are we going?
Up a rope!
Oh,
Get in
Get in
here.
the hole.
Hurry up.
Oh my god, fine! Eris is weak to peer pressure.
and then once everyone is in my hole, I pull the rope up and shut the door.
Okay.
Not dealing with it.
So everyone's in.
But why was your dad on the street?
I don't know. That didn't seem like. I mean, it looked like, but I don't know. What was that aura thingy?
Okay. As you're all standing there, or sitting rather, however you see it,
We're just gonna shunt it out of the portal.
you're chilling in the space. With no real association to the world outside. As you wait and wait, discussing with Bo about what's going on, especially since Bo mentions that it's the form that his father takes. But as you're sitting there trapping,
I don't wanna.
there's
That's what I said earlier. It doesn't save you, I promise.
There's a knock at the door.
Travis, suddenly an irking in your mind. And at first, it's kind of like a weird thought. And you try to shake it off, and you realize something's wrong. It's like an itching inside of your head. And suddenly, a minor headache starts to form. You're kind of weirded out by this. So the headache starts to kind of increase. It becomes almost like this sharp pain that goes from your forehead straight through your head into the back. Kind of sitting there like, oh, oof. Like it's starting to increase.
It's because I didn't have my daily dose of nicotine. I pull out my pipe.
You guys watch the wall. It's almost like paint starts to crack and curl as if it was rotting away.
Can you move the location of the hole?
We get in the hole, we get out the hole.
Is that it? You can't move it?
Suddenly, it goes ashy gray. The hand starts to pull along. The extra dimensional space is forced open as the wall.
Open the door! Open the door!
Travis, let us out!
Oh, wait, where's the hand coming from? Is it coming from where the
I
hole
don't care where the hand is coming
was?
from! Open the
If it's
damn
coming
door!
from where the hole was, I'm not gonna open the fucking door.
It is opening straight back to the material plane.
Time to go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Guys, who'd you piss off? And Travis has tears in his eyes. Like, what did you do?
I don't know. But I swear to you, my dad could not do that.
You got roped up in the wrong party, man.
As this rift is formed, you can see the brown tabaxi, absolute fear in his eyes. There's a gloved leather hand around his neck.
Oh,
It was your dad.
holy
The other
smokes.
hand is free. You guys see Lila. You can almost feel the bloodlust off of her. Her eyes almost seem to gleam with this new determination. Disgusting, bloodlust driven determination. Her eyes lock on to Bo. There you are.
Eris gets in front of Bo, like kind of.
I was about to say, so does
Yeah.
Amira.
Oh, shape change quick.
She saw me. I can't. I can't cause amnesia by shape changing. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I'm just imagining Bo getting so scared he shape changes into something random. It's like, yeah, it's gonna work.
She'll never know.
Tell me your connection to the elementals now.
I don't know what you're talking about. Wait. Out of character. We're like, we know for sure that the colors are elementals, yeah? Or no? We just.
I don't think we know that at all.
I don't think.
Only we.
I don't think we know anything about the
I
elementals.
don't think we
just
do.
know that
I literally don't
there's some sort of
know.
connection.
We
The only thing we know is that Prime doesn't like them.
Well, Prime doesn't like them, and then what's it called? B met the daughter of one. The
fire elemental.
yeah,
No,
we
that
all
was
met
a
the daughter.
sentinel, not
That
an
was a
elemental.
Sentinel. Oh my god. Bro, they end with okay. Give me a break.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
She takes her free hand and pulls it towards the brown tabaxi.
Wait. I'm being entirely serious. I have no idea. Like, just explain to me. I can talk. I can talk a lot. I'm totally fine telling you things. What are you talking about?
That power you used the other day. Your little performance.
I told you someone's seen it.
This is wild. Who could have called it?
I wasn't in control of whatever was going on there. I was just singing. I was just doing the song. I'm being entirely serious here. Does anyone have a zone of truth? Anyone?
Alright.
Cast it and I can prove it.
I got another rope.
You already know.
You open an extra dimensional
Harris, do you have
portal
zone of truth?
inside another portal.
Harris, do you have a zone of truth?
Wait, actually, wait,
Wait.
give me a second. You actually just might have given me an idea.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Goodbye, Travis.
What happens if you open an extra dimensional portal inside an extra dimensional portal?
I have a bag of holding and a bag of devouring, and we're in extra planar space technically.
I don't
What does that mean?
understand.
When one extra dimensional
I-
plane meets another,
I
let me tell you what happens.
Oh no. Do not put the bag of holding into the bag of devouring.
Like, there's a ticking time bomb.
Lila holds her hand inches from the tabaxi's face.
Ace, how
Look.
close am I to Lila?
I'd say you're probably about 10 feet.
Just
What are
open the bag of devouring and try to eat her with it.
What are the chances I can like freaking throw
the
my
hammer at her.
at Lila and stop her from like, you know,
Killing
threatening
her.
Bo's dad?
How much do you want to? How much do you want to lose that hammer?
I really don't want to lose it. But
Oh my
at the
gosh,
same
she's gonna
time-
dust
She's
it.
gonna
She
ash
dusts it.
She's gonna
This
Thanos
is gonna
snap
be
that
like
shit.
that's gonna be the scene from Thor when he throws the hammer at his sister.
He just grabs it.
Look, he has nothing to do with this. He doesn't.
Tell me what you know.
I just did. There was these flashes that sometimes would happen, like a bunch of different colors. Maybe those are connected. But I genuinely don't know how they start. They started like a month ago, maybe.
She seems unconvinced.
I swear to you, if you have Zone of Truth, you can cast it right now. I'm telling you entirely the truth.
As she stares you down, You all weigh your options. She takes her hand and she reaches for it. Oh, it's almost like time slows down. You watch her hand coming in, fixing to do the same to your father that she did to this extra dimensional space. She reaches in. Iris, you are this close. You get yourself up, get your hammer ready, you're ready to throw it. Chapman, you're ready for your plan as well. Y'all almost spring in the action. There's this loud, kind of metallic and you're taken aback for a second. As Lila seems to recoil, actually dropping the tabaxi. It was a bit of a blast. And honestly, Bo, Traven, you're pretty sure that was Eris' doing.
What?
But as you're both kind of like having that thought, Eris, you did not throw your hammer. As you see,
From me, right?
Don't look at me. I can't do that.
there
How
is
cool.
there's a staff. It comes back. You hear it kind of spins in place. The figure that has shown himself.
What's that?
What was that?
What the fuck?
He shows himself. Oh, no.
It's a clipped figure, completely covered in gold.
Bitch.
Oh my god.
I was watching.
It's a white mask.
I'm so sorry.
As we tie up this session, I have a cutscene. The first cutscene that you guys are actually present in. As it seems to recoil, Lila reels back, seems to catch herself. Absolute anger drawn across her face, but suddenly seems to twist into a crooked smile. There you are. I thought I would have to find your elementals first. Calcule. I didn't think something like this would draw you out. See the new figure that supposedly goes by the name of Calcule. Lila, what you've done is unspeakable. I can no longer stand idly by and watch. If you wish to kill me so badly, he then takes his arms, spreads them open, then come and do it. We'll see just how hard that'll be. Before he even finishes his sentence, Lila is sprinting, making the distance between him, covers it in matters of seconds. You guys are almost taken aback by the speed. But with the simple, almost comedical effect, Calcule, what I can only explain is like a backhand with a staff, just hits her, seems to send her flying back again. But she's ruthless, kind of coming back. You see his fight kind of break out between them. Lila is going at it like a rabid animal almost. You could tell just the way she's just driven by bloodlust to kill. As she keeps coming at him, he keeps smacking her away, either smacking or defending rather expertly. Each and every time there seems to be this flash of golden light as it's though you notice there's eventually a moment after about 30 seconds pass. These 30 seconds almost feel like hours to you guys as you watch in complete utter shock. She seems to slip past, and her free hand actually grabs a hold of Calcul's wrist. You feel a surge of worry, of panic. You've seen what she did to that space. And you start to see the same on Calcul. This ashy gray goes from his wrist, spreads down his arms, but then suddenly the cracks are met with gold. It glows intensely. Suddenly the ashes are driven back. And it pops loudly. You hear Lila the first time scream in agony. She reels back and pulls away from him. Her hand is singed red hot. There's a moment, the tension heavy in the air. Calcul looks to her. Lila, it is only natural. We are natural counters to each other. You see, you are merely a goddess of destruction. I am a god of creation. Why don't I show you the power of one? Takes his hands. See, kind of spreads him out. The first real attack that he does, you guys watch pillars pop up out of the ground, all golden at first as they form from earth. And she watches in surprise, and as she tries to retaliate, the pillars, they bend unnaturally and snap down. They are like tendrils, suddenly just piercing, stabbing into Lila. You see she dodges the majority of them, but one of them gets into her. One of them hits her in the shoulder, suddenly another in the waist, another catches her in the calf. As she seems to cry out. Again, it singes and burns her as it pulls off. Calcul readies his staff and spins it in place. You see he holds up his hand and a circular incantation appears, all golden and glowing, as it seems to form 3 different layers. See Lila in a fit of panic. She seems to dig around into her bag. She pulls out what appears to be this rhombus in shape, kind of like a little diamond. It's clear and glass texture, see-through. And you can see there's only what could be described as like a little black hole just in the center of it. She takes it, she puts it into her mouth. She uses her teeth to break it. And you guys hear the equivalent of like a light bulb busting. She bites down on it. And suddenly her forms. It disappears. It seems to have been some sort of emergency teleport. As you all are sitting there, still reeling from the event that just happened before you, not even hardly 45 seconds have passed. The figure in golden cloaks kind of sighs. And he seems to be lost in thought for a moment before he looks over to you guys. I apologize. I suppose now we need to talk. And as we end the session there, I would like to welcome you guys to the next chapter. Chapter 4.
Bomb, bomb,
Elemental
bomb.
Bum, bum,
secrets.
bum.
Wah!
Chapter is over.
Your
Finally.
chapter is over.
I'm free.
So like,
Free for
you
your
might
dad
be
to die.
Yeah, you might be free. But what happened to your dad?
Yeah, is he okay?
I think he's alive, right?
She dropped him.
Yeah, he is alive.
Okay, if she dropped him from where we were,
Yeah.
we're 60 feet in the air.
I
Does
would-
your dad like
He's a cat.
No,
He
no,
can
no.
land on his feet.
He can land on his feet.
60 feet?
He probably could have grabbed the rope if he has 60 feet. Or
No, he's,
Silly Ollie. Don't you know cats always land on their feet?
The rope's in here with us, bud.
oh,
no, he's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. You look down.
Oh, my bones are broken.
His knees through his chest or something.
oh
you know?
God. Oh, no.
Dad, you came shorter than I remember.
You lost a couple feet there.
Oh, my legs are broken.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Chill. Got to touch up on a little story stuff here. Probably a good chunk of story stuff next session as well. So hopefully that'll be fun.
Excitement.
Ow. Who is snapping their knuckles? Who's
By
cracking their
next
knuckles?
session, I will be going
Now.
crazy
I hate
talking
you.
about Baldur's Gate 3, and you guys will have to suffer. Just saying.
We can finally put Bo's trauma behind us.
For now.
Hopefully no more new trauma will pop up. Well,
Sure.
not yet at least. And we can move on. We get to other people's trauma.
No.
Your
Good stuff,
guys' turn.
It's your turns.
Well,
Who's
thank you
next,
so
though?
much.
That's the question.
That is
For-
the roulette. Who's next?
I thought it was Eris, but now all of you are just like,
In the middle of something.
yeah.
We got some Traven lord with the Feywild. We got Val being reincarnated and some god bitch behind him. We've got Eris with her religious trauma, and then we died. Fucking mine's a long ass story.
I do not appreciate it. You made me so nervous I started bleeding, Ace. I do not appreciate that.
What?